And welcome to.
Somehow the world will change for me and be so wonderful. Remember when we used to do that? We used to start every podcast with another podcast theme.
Is that what you guys? I thought you guys were just being assholes, so I couldn't get my intro done. Okay.
No.
You know,
you were quoting Freddy, so I was like, oh, I thought you were in on the bit.
I was quoting Freddy?
Yeah.
He doesn't even know the most iconic iCarly quote.
He doesn't.
Sorry, what did I say?
You were quoting Freddy. That's how Freddy goes. And we're live in 3, 2.
That's just showbiz, baby. What do you mean?
Who's ever said that before iCarly?
Nobody's ever said that.
You are brain rotted for iCarly. That's crazy. Okay, whatever. Welcome to what's going to be the largest Roundabout cast. I am your host, Willard, joined by my buds. And say hi, buds.
Hi.
Buds.
And we have been trying to schedule this one for a bit. We finally got the crew together. This is the longest stretch that I think there's been between episodes in like the.
Has?
I think so. I don't think we've ever taken so long between a main episode. I think maybe even including winter holidays. Maybe we're matching some winter holidays, but it's fucking March, so that's kind of crazy for like the beginning of the year. It's not March, also it's April, so never mind.
I think it was going to be this way at the end of the last one.
Yeah, we did talk about it. We're gonna be really busy. Tyler's getting literally married, so
literally.
Yeah, still married.
There will be some travels by some of us. He's been busy sorting his shit out, also going on vacation and stuff before he's hitched. As like a head,
that makes it sound like Tyler is not going to vacation when he gets married.
The old ball and chains, all that jazz. But next podcast, I think Tyler was like, you guys might have to do one without me, so we'll see. Like maybe we do one right before the middle of May, as like a quicker one, and then because I will also be taking 2 to 3 weeks off. I'll only be traveling 12 of those days for what it's worth, but I'll also be doing some traveling. So. That's just some bookkeeping. Also, if you want to hear about Steel Ball Run Episode 1, go check out our latest JoJo Lands video that we put out, I think, last week.
We should bookmark the spot where we talked about Steel Ball Run and that. So
Joe, how about you do something for this podcast and you go find that timestamp and you go put it in the description for me? That would be...
I used to do that all the time.
That's actually true. You know why... The only reason why you don't is because like after 4 years of us doing this, I was like, why don't I just do the timestamps while we record?
Yeah.
It only took me that long, and maybe one day we'll have a proper theme song as well. If we had any, actually we do have some musically talented friends. We should look into that. Anyways, how do we start this? Okay, yes. Sorry, Steel Ball Run is in that episode. Also, we have since found out that we have no fucking idea when episode 2 is coming out. It's worse than we thought. But hey, I'm just happy it's happening. I will say, JoJo fans, get a life. You guys are freaking me out, man. It's not that serious. They're ruining my favorite thing. It's like, if the quality is as good as episode 1... I'm just happy it's coming out. I read a quote on Twitter.com the other day that was like, I don't think you have real problems in life, and if you do, I don't think you're paying enough attention to them. And
that's so good.
That's just a quote that comes to my mind if you're letting this like destroy you.
What was the context of that? Because I also read that.
The context of that was some fucking dweeb going like, Smash Brothers Ultimate players call themselves Smash players, and some guy is like, okay, genuinely not rage baiting, what is your actual problem with that? And he's like, I just don't know, man, like they're excluding Melee players when they say that. And then some genius dropped that bar, and I was like, I'm gonna think of that every time I read online discourse for anything for the rest of my life.
New version of Touch Grass came out.
Yeah, because that one is like, it's not just touch grass, it's like, please better yourself. Like,
yeah, like realize you're missing something in your life.
All right, I'm gonna kick us off. I'm gonna try to go as fast as possible. And okay, I watched Asteroid City. This is my third Wes Anderson movie. I watched this in between 2 sessions of treadmilling, so it was an interesting way to consume a movie. It was great. I like this one. I think it might be my favorite Wes Anderson movie. I watched The Phoenician Scheme and Isle of Dogs.
I'll say you're going through the catalog now. Once you're through all of them, we'll have to get the winner favorite.
I don't know if I'm necessarily going through the catalog. People have told me that I need to watch Grand Budapest Hotel, but I'm like, okay, let's watch Grand Budapest Hotel. And every time it's like, well, we all got to be in the right mood to watch Grand Budapest Hotel. It's like, okay, I'll just watch it on my own at some point.
Yeah.
But it was really good.
So Asteroid City, I think, is like my least favorite of the ones I've seen.
That's the thing. It's for people that have watched it, they don't like it that much from what I've heard.
And you want to know something crazy? Is it's not a bad movie.
No, it's not. It's just
not a super nice Wes Anderson movie.
Yeah, I like Phoenician Scheme. I thought was very fun. I really enjoyed it.
I liked it more than Phoenician, but
actually, you know what? I take that back. Asteroid City is not the worst one I've seen. I think French Connection is actually worse than that. I totally forgot about that movie.
Something I like with Asteroid City was the setup of like exploring the play and the people behind that and the meaning that those people find within the play, which is like, it's not super focal. You can kind of enjoy the story with that still going over your head a little bit, but like it's an interesting layer to the movie. I like the characters. I like the scene where the freaky little alien shows up. It's good.
That scene is so funny. He just comes down and gets his rock.
And then just like everything changes. It's great. Yeah, like not like a movie I love. I still haven't found like a Wes Anderson movie that's like, whoa, I get it now. Like some mind opening, like I see why he's the shit. But I've liked all his movies I have watched. Like I do like Phoenician Scheme. I took my family to the Austin Capitol, which I hadn't been since the 4th grade. That's just like a nice cultural time. If you guys haven't gone in a while, I'm sure you other Austinites have. It was just a very enjoyable time to do the tour. It's very big. I like the architecture. I kind of just like the South Congress area in general. Took into some nice restaurants there.
Just cool to see. It's like, oh yeah, I forgot. I live in the capital.
Right. It's actually incredibly easy to forget that there's like cultural neat places to go to where we live. I finished a game I had been playing on and off for like a year and a half called Pokemon Unbound. It's a really interesting ROM hack for Pokemon.
Oh, yeah.
And I was doing my like little high score run where you just keep track of the deaths, but then there's like a couple of other like rotate the team and don't grind at all kind of rules. I ended up with like, I forgot what it was either like 300s or 500s in deaths. And I was like, okay, I got my ass beat. But that's also because I was playing on the hard mode. And what I didn't realize is that the hard mode in that game will always level scale with you, which is not what my challenge was like designed for. It's like deliberately I'm spreading myself so thin that I'm like low level usually. Doesn't work when they're like you never get a chance to catch up. So they were just beating my ass. There's some really cool gyms and Elite Four members in that game. The last one is a bug gym. That's like the tail of Benjamin Butterfly. So every time you KO a Pokemon, instead of getting KO, they devolve. But they don't get knocked out, so you'll have to kill them like 3 times in a row.
Ooh.
So like if you're fighting a Butterfree, if you go first and you kill it, it's still gonna like devolve into a Metapod and get its attack off. Just like a very interesting mechanic that they did.
We need to go the reverse angle where it's like Dragon Ball Z, where like you kill the Caterpie and now it's like I'm powering up. Now I'm the Metapod, and then you beat the Metapod and it's like time for my final form, Butterfree.
Unbound 2, baby. One day maybe. Cool game. It is regarded as one of the best Pokemon ROM hacks. The story seems pretty serious. I skipped a lot of it for what it's worth, but you know there were some cool things in there that I saw that from the scenes that I did watch.
I love Pokemon.
And then Warriors Abyss, my favorite roguelike of last year, got like an insane DLC. This thing is actually nuts. It introduces a whole nother... Every time they make a big DLC, they introduce another way to play through the game. And the big difference with this one is it's like now you get like warriors origins characters as like boss fights, which is pretty different because you used to fight like a bunch of like demon hell monsters instead. Now you're fighting like humans with like very unique movesets and stuff for the boss fights. And then they introduced like this interesting like companion system where you have the roster of like, I think at this point it's like 140 characters, and they all play unique and they all have their own unique passives, right? It's like Brotato on crack as far as like what every character can do. Now you can select a companion that gives you like more unique passives between them, and then there's like a bond level that you build with that companion that unlocks more skills on their tree, and then you can like transform into the companion mid-fight, and you have to like invest a bunch of resources, and they just like unlock a bunch of new strategies. It is insane how much this is like their first paid DLC, and it was so worth it for me. This game just keeps on giving. I still think, Joe, you need to try this game at some point. I will.
One day.
I will even gift it. If I gift it to you, will you play it?
I mean, yeah, I'd be obligated at that point.
True. Obligations. We'll talk about obligations later. And then I read Kagurabachi. Well, I started reading Kagurabachi. This is a manga that was pretty memed on release. But then, like, I heard rumors in the ether that's like, wait, this shit's kind of really good. And I started reading it, and this shit kind of really good. I'm only like 35 to 40 chapters in. It took about 15 for me to like start getting really invested. Probably like 12.
What'd you think of? Yeah, I think I read 10 chapters of this, and I was like, I like the premise.
That's the thing. The premise is really good. Like, the first chapter is, I think, is really solid, and then they don't do much for 9 chapters. And then, like, you start fighting the first big bad. And, you know, I hate to use the word aura, because that's just... The kids don't know how to describe anything these days without using that word. But, like, Bro's got aura... Very intimidating, like very satisfying, cool, like clash of ideals with the main. And then from there, we enter this auction arc that I was just like edge of my seat reading it, which is really good for a second shonen arc. It took Ichi the Witch like longer to get this good, for example. Like it took them several arcs. So they are already firing on all cylinders.
All calendars.
All calendars, baby. Every calendar year they've been firing on. And then apparently near the end of part 1, which I think just wrapped up, it's supposed to get like even better, which is insane. We'll talk more about Kagurabachi later because this prompted me to get into other shenanigans. But I do recommend this, particularly... whenever this anime comes out, you're going to love it, Tyler. This is a Tyler anime watch. This is maybe a Joe manga read. I'm actually still... I don't know if you ended up reading Naruto or Bleach, Joe, which was my Alan Wake 2 trade-off. So I am...
no, I have not started those yet, so I will put those on my...
I'm curious to what... your take on Bleach is, because I think Bleach is like the branch of tree that leads to like Jujutsu Kaisen and Kagurabachi.
I can see that.
So yeah, this feels very inspired by Bleach, but a lot tighter with the writing.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, at least early on, like comparatively. That's all I got. I will definitely come back with more Kagurabachi stuff in the future as I catch up.
Before we continue,
okay.
In a bit of a peek behind the curtain, we are not in our Roundabout cast booth.
This is true. This is true. Let's fix that before shenanigans. And we're back. Okay, that could have been funny. We were.
I was waiting for Sirket to jump on.
Yeah,
God, it would be so fucking funny.
Or like the random like Kyle's like, hey, what's up? It's like, oh fuck.
If Austin jumped on, I'd be like, fuck it, get Austin in the other room, and we'll just keep talking.
Keith finally gets to be on the episode he's wanted to be on.
For sure. You did promise him the Sopranos episode, and then we blew past it.
I forgot about that, and then I'm glad because Keith was actually very upset of where I put Sopranos in our media of the year.
Oh really?
Hold on, side note. He's like, fucking 30s, motherfucker reads. I just got this random text on a Friday night. Fucking 30s motherfuckers read 50 chapters of mid-ass One Piece and say it's peak in fucking 30s, and I had no idea what he was talking about because it had been weeks. And then I'm like, what are you talking about? Sorry, I'm just heated about Sopranos. I was like, oh! I thought I was so worried for a second. He was just crashing out.
So fucking funny.
It was pretty good. Okay, who wants to take the baton next?
I'll go.
Okay, Joe, go for it.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll speed right through these. I have been rewatching Scrubs, and that is not a coincidence because the Scrubs reboot season also came out. I have not watched the latest episode as of our time recording here right now, but it's shockingly really good. Like, it's like you could take this season and slot the end of Scrubs at the end of season 8, and you'd feel like you were just watching another season of Scrubs right afterwards. It takes place 10 years after the original show. Everyone is like super old now, obviously, and like are in different places in their lives than they were at the end of the show. And it just kind of all has that heart and charm that Scrubs had, and I loved when I was younger. But like provides us a new lens. This is written and produced by, and was originally created by Bill Lawrence, who created such shows such as Spin City, Shrinking, and Ted Lasso. So he's got a good portfolio on him. Yeah. So, but a lot of the original returning like main cast came back. Not everyone could just because of scheduling, and like it's a much smaller season. It's only at 8 episodes. But I have really, really been enjoying it. It's been well received within like the Scrubs community, which is shocking. Because like these things never go right. But yeah, I've really liked it. It's been like a great highlight to my week. When I get to wake up on Thursday, which is my work from home days. So I'll wake up, get my oatmeal, and I sit like an old person and sit down and watch Scrubs in the morning before I go to work. But yeah, super good. I have also finished Lost Season 2.
Woo!
Really like this season.
I told you it gets better.
Yeah.
I do think Season 2 starts a little like shaky and aimless, but I think it like starts building up pretty quick. That's how I'm feeling right now. But also that's because I know where the story's going. So yeah, like
I would say like it starts off strong because you get the Man of Science, Man of Faith episode. That's like its opener.
Yeah, it's the stretch after that where I'm rewatching. I'm like, this is relatively weaker than a season 1.
Yeah, that for sure. Because there's a lot less like pressure, I guess, on the characters at that point.
It's very much like going by the books, and some of the flashbacks are giving you less than others at that stretch until you hit like Mr. Echo and Lucia and stuff like that.
When you find the others, not the others,
sorry,
but the back half of the plane.
Yeah, the butts.
Yeah, the butts. But I really love the show. I'm really, really liking it. Locke continues to be my favorite character. I really like his arc this season. It's a great arc.
Really excited to talk to you about like end of series Locke stuff.
Yeah, we might do like there's 6 seasons.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
I wonder if we do like end of season 3, like just episode.
Do you want to do the first? Yeah, if you want to do a talk.
Yeah, because like
I feel like
me to
catch up. Now that I finished One Piece live action, I can do this again. I'll get back on this.
Because like I feel like because I want to talk about it more. Yeah. But like
with
I
more
don't.
Spoilers,
spoilers, and like we would just take so long, and there wouldn't have enough like time to talk about everything.
I think season 3 is a really good point to do a middle one because up to season 3 they're 24 episode seasons, and season 3 finale is one of the most iconic. But then the season 4 finale is maybe the most iconic. But those seasons are like shorter, which I think helps the show actually because the storylines become tighter. And by that point, it's like, okay, we've been lost for 3 seasons. We're gonna do some fucking plot and character resolution at this point, and I think it really works for that. And that's also when the mysteries get fucking wild and crazy. So looking forward to that.
Cool. But yeah, I play a game with Willard where I just send him random like moral situations when I'm watching the show. And like I'll get updates to them later.
Yeah, dude, I don't like I have no idea what he's talking about. I've watched the show before. He's like
balloon guy.
And then I'm like, I'm like, Joe, who the fuck is Balloon Guy? And then we just talk for a little bit. It's like, oh, this other character I really love. And it's like, you mean Balloon Guy? I was like, that's who you were talking about. That character's really good.
That character's great. But I'm like, I don't want to check right now, but I think I'm like a quarter into season 3. I took a break to finish my book that I was reading because I need to get this done for the podcast, and that is Hyperion.
Real quick before that, season 3 has, I think, the stretch that fans like the least. It's like a 4-episode stretch that I think is the lowest regarded in the series. But then everybody loves like the back half or like whatever chunk of season 3. I think that's like the most universally beloved stretch of Lost, correctly. So.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Cool. But yeah, so like I took a break on that because like I usually watch Lost while I'm painting stuff because I'm like I have it right there in front of me to listen and finish on my book Hyperion by Dan Simmons. This is a 1989 classic sci-fi, very highly regarded, and so whenever I like finish these things, I like to post like my quick like reviews of them in our chat just in case someone wants to like try to catch up or like wants to like know immediately. And I did not recommend this in our chat, but I gave it a decent score.
Was it like 10 out of 10 or like 8 out of 10 or something?
It was 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10 do not recommend. I was like, whoa.
Yeah. It's so do y'all know what Canterbury Tales is?
I've heard of it.
Okay, so Canterbury Tales is a very old book that is about pilgrims in the medieval times going to like on a pilgrimage, and like the framing device is that they're on this pilgrimage and they each share a story as to why they're going on this pilgrimage. This is the sci-fi equivalent to that. So it's essentially like 6 short stories, all kind of like nestled together, right? And so the concept of the book is that these 6 characters are going to planet Hyperion to go find the being known as the Shrike, which is the only known god being or godlike being in the entire universe, from what everyone knows. It is like an advanced like human civilization. They have like teleportation and far traveling and stuff like that. And so they're all traveling there for different reasons. They all recount the ways in which the Shrike has impacted their life. What's really interesting about it is that like half of these characters are like Catholic priests, like heavy, like really religious Jewish people. And like, there's a lot of religion and faith stuff involved in that, or themes I really, really like. It's just like, this book is so fucking weird, gang. Like, it's like, there's an entire chapter that's about a poet, and like, he talks about how like, you know, his entire life story of how he became famous and everything he wrote. And at one point, he gets cryogenically frozen, and there's an accident while it happens, and so his mental capacity gets reduced down to saying the words, fuck, shit, motherfucker, asshole, bitch, poo poo pee pee, and he has to make poetry out of those words.
That's
that sounds like my life, you know?
Yeah, and it's just, and like I just remember like I was listening to it on the plane while I was traveling for a business trip. I was just like, what the fuck is going on right now? I was just like, it was surreal to what I had heard before, like previously in the chapters. Also, the audiobook for this is like really weird. There are 6 chapters in the book, and they're all 4 hours long, and there are intermission points in the middle of the chapters. It's so bizarre. But like, I overall liked it, but I don't think it's something that any of y'all would particularly enjoy for one reason or another. And I have no plans of continuing the series. That's the other thing, is like, this is the first book of 4, and I feel like I got everything I wanted out of the book from the first book. Kind of like how I felt with Dune. Like, Dune I love. It's like one of my top 5 books, but I have no desire to read the rest of the series because I think the first one's so good. But like, this one I kind of feel the same, but I also just am not invested in that world. Like, it's like a weirdly super generic sci-fi like setting, which makes sense because it's like such an iconic like book essentially. But it's a good book. Do not recommend is the ultimate conclusion there.
Can't wait to read it, Joe.
Yeah, I know.
I'm good, Joe.
You know, well, the thing is, I own this book, so I feel like I do need to read it.
That's fair. That's fair. I will. When you want to talk about it, I'll talk about it. But if you're going to read it, I'm very interested to hear the Tyler takes on all of this. But man, the first chapter of this book is about a Catholic priest, and he goes on a pilgrimage to Hyperion to like find God, and it's so good. I loved it.
Joe, cheat code number 3, Catholicism.
Yeah. Catholicism. Yeah. But yeah, that's those are my quickies. I got a lot of other meteor topics.
They're called quick stops.
I'm sorry,
all right.
quick stops.
Speaking of those, Tyler,
Do I have quickie? Quickie stop?
You do have quickie stops.
Quickie mark?
And you're gonna go for them.
Y'all, if you know anything about skiing, I tried to go skiing this week. I tried to go skiing twice this season, and the first time I canceled my trip because the snow was bad.
Yeah,
and it like never got any better.
Damn.
It sucks because you're down a lot of money. So much so that this season was so bad that there's 2 like lift tickets that you go. It's red version and blue version. You either go Icon or you go Epic Pass. And we've had some experience on the podcast talking about Epic Passes before and about how like they almost would not refund us our canceled lift passes because of the pandemic. They were like, "Oh no, like this isn't a reason to refund you your money."
Oh yeah.
And like in their fine print now on the insurance, they're like, if you lost your job, broke your leg, or there's a pandemic, we'll refund you your money. And I remember Willer like not getting part of his money back because of the pandemic claims.
Me?
From that shit.
What happened?
Yeah.
Sorry, I stepped away. What?
No, it's okay. It's okay. We're just talking together. We're just all talking in a group, listening to each other.
You step away all the time.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh my god.
Anyway.
Fucking asshole.
But yeah, so I don't get my money back. And like, dude, like hold on. I need to post this picture in Midcast chat. But like,
please.
dude, I got to Breckenridge, okay? That's where we tried to go. We've got like a family friend that owns a house there, and they let us go during the off season. It's very nice, very bougie. But dude, like there's 188 trails on the mountain, okay? Like 2 were open. And on those 2 trails, they had like 90 people on each trail.
90?
90, Joe. I counted over 50 like going like on my way up. And so just for context, y'all, I will always see people like going down the hill for sure.
Yeah.
But there are trails I will go down and I will not see a single soul. Like I will like be skiing for like 7 or 8 minutes and just not see anybody.
Yeah.
And like the best thing ever.
And they're not like, and sometimes not even like black trails. They're just blues.
They're all blues.
Yeah, and you're just like you happen to take like the one that's to the left instead of the right because everyone's going that way, right?
Yeah, and it like gets so quiet and it's so serene. Yeah. But yeah, if you check Midcast chat, there's a nice little picture of everything you have to dodge and like stay away from.
And legitimately looks like they scoop the ice or snow or whatever into like a trail for you to maybe follow to the side there.
So here's the thing, I was like doing more of the fine print. Yeah. I think if the resort closes too early, Epic might be liable to do refunds. And what all of this is leading up to is that the CEO of the Icon Pass was fired because of like these conditions this year and like him not wanting to do any refunds and like their entire handling situation of all of the mountains not having good snow.
Dang.
Like, imagine getting fired because of the fucking weather.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So we tried to do that. Me and my parents road tripped for 2 days up there and then 2 days back. We didn't even stay the whole week we were going to.
Damn.
Yeah. Really sucked. I watched a lot of movies though, because I was just hanging out at the cabin, just chilling on the patio, going back inside, making a sandwich, opening up a beer, and watching movies. This one I didn't watch this time. I watched this movie like 8 months ago.
Yeah.
And I forgot to talk about it.
That's how long it's been into a podcast, though, for real.
But no, like, so what happened is this was on my work laptop or work desktop that I typed up this message and then I just never sent it. And so like I opened up my work desktop and I was like, you know, I'm watching movies right now. I should probably like say what I'm watching.
Yeah.
And then, update. And then I saw it. I was like, oh.
For context, we have a channel where we like post stuff to remind us ourselves to talk about it later, and that's how we make the schedule.
The cool thing is I wrote a summary of what I wanted to talk about with this one to remind myself.
Brilliant.
So this is good. This is John Wick 3.
Good movie.
Is everyone in New York City a fucking assassin?
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
Is this the big reveal that everyone in the world is just an assassin?
That's
Yes.
Is this the celebrity movie where they just make it to include every celebrity fighting John Wick?
Yeah.
yes. Next
and then
question.
I wrote, one woman gets stabbed in the hands, and a bunch of random dudes who did nothing killed Lawrence Fishburne gets murked. What are the ratios of like punishment going on? What did I mean by that, Joe?
Let's see. Let me review.
Joe, can you elaborate for us what the fuck that meant? I think what you mean is that like the woman just gets stabbed, but Lawrence Fishburne dies, and you feel like that's unfair to him. Is that maybe?
I think. Okay. I wonder if this is like from the
no,
hotel
I remember.
rules.
I remember. No, I remember.
Okay.
So like the woman that helps John Wick, okay?
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
who everybody's trying to kill
Yeah.
gets stabbed in the hands.
Yeah, but Lawrence
John
Fishburne.
Wick shows up to Lawrence Fishburne's place. He doesn't help him. He was like, he was like, nah, dude, you need to get out of here. We're the pigeon guys. My pigeons are my people. I'm not gonna help you. And then they show up and kill Lawrence Fishburne. He's like, he didn't fucking do anything.
The ratio of punishment is too high.
It's like, what are the ratios of punishment going on? Like, imagine if ICE knocked on your door and they're like, do you live here? Bam.
Well, you know.
That happens,
Yeah.
I think. I don't know, in spy movies.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll watch John Wick 4. We'll get there.
John Wick 3. I'm trying to remember what my John Wick ratings were. I think I think 2 and 4 are my favorites, and then 3.
I didn't like John Wick 3. I think that one's the weakest.
The establishment of
Parabellum.
I like the Halle Berry dogfight
that was interesting.
scene. That was neat.
I like Winston.
One's actually
but-
my least favorite, which is everyone's favorite is 1, but I think like it wasn't. I think they started working the formula better from 2. I think 2's the best, personally.
Okay, Willard. Here's the thing, though. That's like saying Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time isn't the best. Doesn't matter. It was good enough that it established what
But
it needs
if
to
you
be.
know anything about me, you know that I will full-chested say that Ocarina of Time is not as good because it's not about who did it first. It's about who did it
know.
best.
It's not about.
I'm not saying I disrespect John Wick 1.
You need to respect,
I respect.
the novelty.
I like it has the best story for what it's worth, but
You mean
the
it
scene.
has a story? Because the rest of
Exactly.
them got like Godzilla type plot.
Okay.
on that Godzilla type beat. No, 4 has a story. You'll see.
Four actually is like, okay, I can follow what the fuck's going on. It has a very like, get to this location. It's like, cool, thumbs up. And I'm
Well, I haven't
good for
watched it
that.
yet.
Yeah, I know.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
Did we ever
Yeah.
talk about Nobody 2 on here?
Probably.
I think so.
Oh, I rewatched that this week. Anyway, if we didn't watch it, it's got John Wick 3 type vibes. It's like,
Yeah.
I guess.
We actually
Nobody
have it.
1 really good.
As
2,
far I searched Nobody 2 in the chat and it's not there.
yeah, Nobody 2. I rewatched it with my parents. You know, it's fine. I watched another movie called Goat. Now, this is the Kevin Durant Sony movie.
What?
Study. Yeah, it's the one with the goat.
Yeah, it's the one with the
Well, so Goat was going to be him not directed by Jordan Peele. Very important to say that because everyone thinks it is, because that is what the marketing said to lie to you to get you in the seats.
Wait, what was it?
Him was going to be called GOAT. Him is the football like horror movie that is not directed by Jordan Peele.
No.
But that was going to be GOAT, so I thought you were like talk about. I've never heard of Kevin Durant's GOAT.
I like how if I look up him movie, in the top left it says from producer Jordan Peele.
Yeah, exactly. From producer. Producers can do everything from nothing to everything. So it's a very loose title.
Like they said, oh, what should I name the movie? And then he goes, him, and then producer Jordan Peele. Anyway.
Yes.
GOAT is a movie about a basketball player, which, you know, GOAT is often a term thrown around in the basketball world.
Yep. Greatest of all time.
All that jazz, because I think,
in fact, I'm pretty sure GOAT originated as like that kind of term in basketball. It's sports for sure. Yeah. I remember it being like either LeBron or Michael Jordan kind of conversations spawned GOAT. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, this movie looks really good. So good that I Googled 3 times, like at different points in the movie, was AI used to make this movie? Because there's like really nice motion blur effects that I liked, and I'm like, is that AI or are they like making AI looking effects?
You're just getting too AI pilled. Don't forget we've had algorithms and like special effects for years now.
I know. The movie looks really good. When it is doing what it's supposed to do, which is just be about basketball, it's really fun. The plot in this movie is terrible. Like this is a bad movie for kids, man. The moral of this story. So this one is about like in the world of animals, and we've got the spectrum of like Zootopia spectrum. Mm-hmm. Where there's little tiny mice to giant rhinos and giraffes and gorillas and like fish and everything. Mm-hmm. So in sports, only big animals play sports. You know, rhinos, horses, jaguars, giraffes, Komodo dragons, shit like that.
The big boys.
Yeah, the big boys. And GOAT is a goat and he wants to play some ball. But he's a small guy, you know? But you know what the small guy does? He starts, you know, crossing them over, breaking people's ankles.
His superpower is he can't be seen.
He shoots from the outside, you know?
I love Haikyuu.
Yeah. So we just see the main character start off being good, and then he goes viral, and then gets drafted to a professional sports team, and then he's like, no, I want to play, give me playtime. Oh no, give me playtime. And then he doesn't do anything to really prove himself, and then one of the players fouls out, which, mind you this, okay, the team has had 5 players for like 7 years, and apparently this is the first time somebody's ever fouled out on the team, and so GOAT has to go in and play. And of course, he wins the game because he makes 1 3-pointer. And then just everything escalates from there. And I'm like, this is a really bad, like, moral story where it's just like, right place, right time, limited
People's
effort.
failings lead to your success.
Yeah, I was like, like, I wish we had, like, a montage. Like, he has this entire team with him, and like everybody on the team just loves him after that. He doesn't have to do anything to really earn their trust or like prove himself.
That's just realism, man. One day you just become the hero. I don't know.
You become the GOAT.
Yeah. So you didn't mention this, but I guess I picked up on it. This is an animated movie, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. No, Willer. It's a real fucking GOAT. This is Airbud rules.
Yeah.
Well, we were talking about Airbud last podcast.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant is
foreshadowing.
Kevin Durant is courtside yelling at a fucking goat, like running down the court, Airbud style.
You know, a child goat is called a kid, and you were talking about kids. I don't know.
Yeah. That movie was all right. It was better than other movies in this podcast. And then I watched a movie called Primate. This is a movie about y'all remember the beginning of Nope?
Yes, the monkey.
Yes.
The monkey
the
rips
Junpei
the woman's
scenes.
face
Yeah,
off?
Yeah.
That's this movie. But
Yeah.
it's a bunch of teenagers in a giant mansion in Hawaii. And the pet monkey of the house that everybody loves gets bitten by a mongoose. And he gets rabies. And rabies doesn't exist in Hawaii, says the PhD animal scientologist that owns the monkey. He's like, rabies doesn't exist in Hawaii. And he's like, well, your monkey has rabies. And they don't explain why. He just has rabies now. And the monkey just starts to fucking murder people because it's a monkey. And he's stronger than all of them combined. It's cool. This movie uses a puppet for the monkey. It's mixed in with CGI effects, obviously, but it is a puppet costume, I feel like, for a majority of the time, with the, I think there's, at some points, there's, like, somebody in a monkey suit, like, doing the monkey stuff. But yeah, it was fine. It's better than, Bodies, which I only say that because the house looks the exact same as that movie. It's like giant, nice luxury house. Half the movie takes place in the pool.
I mean, Bodies literally can't take place in the pool because there's a hurricane going on, so they have to be inside. Also, that movie fucking rips, so that's fine.
Okay. Primate, definitely like a 2.5 out of 5. Like, it was not the worst horror movie I watched this year.
Damn.
Would I go back and watch it or show it to anybody else? No.
Joe,
It's only April.
you say damn. Now that I've gone to a couple of movie nights with Tyler and his horror crew, they watch so many bad movies.
We do. It's great.
Holy shit, dude! The wheel is not favorable to the movie nights. Let me just tell you.
Is Tommy good? I feel like that's a Tommy also.
Tommy also throws in some not great movies sometimes, but everyone's to blame.
We say this out of love. Everyone throws in stinkers.
Actually,
we watch wild movies.
Some of the better ones were Tommy movies, for what it's worth. Some of the more questionable ones, Tyler might have been involved. Just saying.
What movie? Well, yeah. I think recently is because I've been finding really obscure horror movies to watch because I was kind of like out of movies for a while.
Yeah,
So we watched like The Carpenter's Son with
Jesus Cristo.
Yeah, Nicolas Cage's son is Jesus Christ.
Yes.
So
as in Nicolas Cage is the dad and his son is Jesus Christ. That movie was actually all right.
it was not terrible.
It was not. I'm giving you a hard time.
Amazing.
I'm giving you a hard time because that other movie we watched from the Barbarian director, I was so disappointed by that movie. That shit was whack.
I would never have wanted to watch that. I hate Barbarian.
I remember you liking Barbarian somewhat.
No.
Okay. I mean, that might be Joe.
I hated Barbarian.
Barbarian's cool.
I said the monster was good in it. That's it.
Was it Malignant?
No. Oh, I love Malignant.
I also don't... Dude, I love... Okay, so...
Yeah. Kelly guessed Malignant is the start. Okay, I have more context to this story. Because when you watch a movie with Tyler and Kelly, they will throw 30 guesses in the first 30 minutes.
It's just Kelly.
You got your mermaid shit when we were watching that bad movie we were just talking about. You were on some shit.
Oh, the mermaid.
You were like, it's mermaid. She's a mermaid.
I remember talking about being mermaids, but we were also... I think that was our second movie. We were
Confused.
Really out of it at that point.
What movie did y'all watch?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name.
Because I'm looking at so Zach Kreger is the director of Barbarian, and it's Miss March, The Civil War on Drugs, Barbarian, Mars, Companion, Weapons, and the unreleased Resident Evil movie.
Then I guess we were told wrong. I guess like we we got our wires crossed that night because like we talked a lot about how like, well, this is not a very good follow up to Barbarian, yada yada.
Man,
Yeah, because I'm I two of these movies I know like Willer likes, so like I can't think
Weapons
of
was so good.
Weapons was pretty good. I like Weapons.
Weapons was really good.
I don't think
man.
it should have been nominated for Oscar stuff, but I thought it was a good movie.
Nothing else came out probably. No, we didn't watch that. Was it Keeper? Keeper.
Was it Keeper?
Yeah, that was the movie. Yes.
That shit is
Keeper
so
was a
ass.
2025 movie.
Yep,
about a woman who's dating this guy.
Yeah.
The guy's just weird.
He
But I was like, everybody's like, "Where's this movie gonna go?" And I'm like, "Dude, this girl's a fucking mermaid, man."
out of nowhere, he just says shit, and he was. The thing is, I was starting to get convinced. The movie started getting a lot of watery image, and I was like, "There's no fucking way."
That's so fucking funny.
So
this guy's
bad.
also directing the back. Oh no, he's a producer for the Backrooms. I'm sorry.
Oh, dude, I want to see that.
That
I don't
one-
care if it's good or bad.
I have hopes for
I'm
the
excited.
Backrooms. I think the
Same.
Zoomers need this one. They need a win after.
The
how-
Zoomers
Don't watch trailers, you know.
Yeah, I'm not going to. But after like those Five Nights at Freddy movies do not seem good. I gotta say.
Yeah. The first one was all right.
As a Freddy head, it was alright.
Well,
Dude, I know too much about Five Nights at Freddy lore. I used to watch those Matt Pat videos, and then at some point I was like, nobody knows what's happening, and it is so clear that not even the creator knows what the fuck he's talking about.
y'all, it's mostly though. I'll say I enjoyed the first one. I never watched the second one though, but it's mostly because I'm a Josh Hutcherson fan.
Yeah, you like Bridge of Terabithia?
Not bad. Not bad. I'm more of a big fan of Future Man. I really enjoyed that series.
You like Zathura?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, Zathura's fun.
We rewatched the new Jumanji movies, and I was telling my dad about Zathura.
Yeah.
He had no idea what it was. I was like, it's Josh Hutcherson and Dax Shepard, I think.
Yeah, Dax Shepard and Twilight Girl, Kristen Stewart.
Random.
She's the sister.
Oh yeah, that is her, isn't it?
Yeah.
Future Man, though. What a wild, bad, fun series.
Neat.
Yeah, anyway, final movie, Roofman.
Oh yeah.
This one seems fun. It's
Roofman-
Channing Tatum.
Roofman features Channing Tatum, and it's a dramatized movie of the Roofman.
Elaborate.
It's based on a true story.
Yeah, it's based on a
Elaborate.
true story about a guy who was like escapes from prison, and then he was living inside of a Toys R Us for months, just like trying to figure out what he's gonna do with his life while he's waiting for the heat to die down. He calls the vacuum cleaner guy, and he's like, "All right, I'm gonna get you vacuum cleaned out. I'm gonna get you a deluxe Hoover."
Max Pro 3000.
Yeah, Max Pro 3000.
Wow, good
and,
job, Tyler. You'd remember that because Kelly's been watching Better Call Saul, and I was
Impressed.
pretty impressed. But it makes sense.
She's not there.
Don't they reference it in the first episode? Because like we start, maybe not.
Dude,
maybe
she
not.
was on season 2 before I even knew she was watching it.
He still gets credit.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's extra. That's extra credit actually. He showed his work.
But yeah, Channing Tatum's in it. It's a. I will say, I watched this on the airplane. It's a good airplane movie.
Nice.
I would say A-tier airplane movie. You know,
Oh,
like, it's really
nice.
Up there.
Yeah.
Very enjoyable. But man, very gut wrenching because if you know, I knew about this story before I came into it. So like I kind of knew where it went, but just kind of seeing it the whole time. It has nice moments in it, but the whole time you're waiting for that punch in the gut to happen. Because the main character of the movie is the smartest dumb guy, or he's the dumbest smart guy that you know, sort of thing. So it's fine. It's fun.
Ah, Bradley,
Yes.
the dumbest smart man I know.
I'll take it.
My quick stops have gone too long.
You're just smart. Thank you, Tyler, for your quick stops. That was a good time.
Yeah.
Bradley, your go. You have been very busy. You were telling us. But
That's
like,
the thing.
But like, not
I've
with
been
podcast
busy.
things.
That's the thing. I've been busy, but not like consuming content. A whole lot of visiting people, having people visit, and trying to be a good adult. Get home from work, work out, draw in the sketchbook, code, go to bed at a reasonable time. Which, damn, if you want to do everything right, it doesn't leave a whole lot of time for
No, it doesn't.
getting in movies and games. But
Nope.
aside from that, I've been still going through these full cast Harry Potter audiobooks to prepare for the HBO show, which is coming out later this year.
Question.
So
Question.
yeah.
I didn't watch the trailer, but everyone is hating on it. Is it actually look bad, or are people just like...
No, I thought it looked off the goddamn chain.
Really?
To be honest, like it looked better than I hoped for readapting. Like it was like, in terms of like at least like the sets and stuff, I'm like, okay, like Hogwarts looked so fucking good in the original movies. It looks fucking amazing here too. My only gripe with this trailer is the first two Harry Potter movies were directed by Chris Columbus, who, I don't know, he just created a way better atmosphere in the first two movies than I feel like the later ones have. And I feel like a big part of that is like the color script for the first two movies are very warm and colorful and vibrant and saturated, and then after that the movies are just kind of like, you can either have blue-gray or you can have green-gray. The trailer for this new show looked very great, but they jumped straight to like movie 7 lighting, which is like the darkest and grayest it ever gets. So I'm like, that's my only real gripe. I thought it looked fine.
But Bradley, they made Snape black, so then it's gonna be so awkward when he's bullying whatever the fuck, or like, I don't. There's like a fake outrage. Like there's layers to like a fake outrage around Snape that I've seen where people are like, oh, it's gonna be really awkward now when Harry's dad makes fun of him for being different. It's like I can tell whoever's typing that does not actually give a shit. They're just like pretending to be mad about something. I don't know, man.
I don't entirely agree with that take, because like, if there are other black students at Hogwarts and he's getting bullied and everybody gets bullied, I don't know. It doesn't necessarily mean he's getting bullied for his skin color. The places I could see it getting messy is like, Snape is like almost iconically described as like people making fun of his hair, having greasy hair, and so I'm like, just the character being bullied and being black doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing, but if they go, I don't know, if they go that route, I could see people being soured on it.
I mean, whatever, man. Like, that's just people trying to like, oh, that's the hot criticism. It'll give me a bunch of retweets and upvotes or whatever the fuck. It's like, whatever. You're just finding shit to be mad at. That's what it seems like.
There is also like the point of like, if the Death Eaters are meant to be like the analog for white nationalists in the story, it might feel weird to have a black guy playing them. But honestly, I really don't care that much. I feel like people on the internet care more than I do. But that is coming out later this year, so our Harry Potter podcast will be coming off hiatus. You can look forward to it.
Oh, sorry. Did it ever go?
Not really.
I just basically like impermanent marker wrote 0 on the whiteboard for how many podcasts I've
Soon
had.
there's going to be one.
Yeah.
And like a lot of the other stuff I've been doing, we're going to talk about later on. Yeah. Whether it's here or in different stuff, because still reading Twig. One Piece live action season 2 came out. Basically rewatched season 1, watched season 2, and then we rewatched both.
Which
I think he's watched the Laboon episode like 24 times at this point.
Which one? Which
The
episode?
Laboon episode.
Oh, it's really good. I was gonna say we may talk about it if we have time today. It's gonna be the last thing. It's in the Scenic Route. If we don't talk about it today, we're probably doing One Piece in a week or two as like our One Piece book club catch-ups. So that might be a thing.
And whatever time wasn't filled up by all that other stuff is filled up by... We're always playing Roguelites in this house. We had gone on a short hiatus from Blueprints. We came back to try to finally finish off all the stuff that... Well, we came back to finish what we thought we had left. This game is amazing at hiding stuff in plain sight, because it's like, we're going to finish up what we thought one of the final objectives we ever wanted to do was, and then we walk into a room we've walked in 350 times before because we're on day like 300 something, and we're like, damn, huh? That lamp in the corner of the room's weird as fuck, isn't it? And then like, oh, okay, it turns out there's like 3 whole rooms in the game we hadn't even discovered yet, and those teach us new things about other old rooms, and
Jesus.
basically Blueprints is the game that keeps on giving.
Nice.
You only
I'm glad you
start
enjoyed
Blueprints
it,
at hour 40, which is the best thing I say that Bradley loves when I say it. But this time it's true.
It's
Probably
really
would
true.
love Crimson Desert.
I've
I've been seeing this shit everywhere, huh?
I don't think anyone
Yeah.
would love Crimson Desert from what I hear.
Yeah, it's yeah. Anyways, sorry.
But
Blueprints?
we have big fish to fry.
No,
Yeah.
wait, that's one roguelike. Blueprints, any others have come back into rotation?
Oh, dude, nothing ever changes with Spelunky. It's trying to get that secret ending, which, like, the hardest ending to get in Spelunky 2, we reached the point where, like, we're so discouraged. And we found another person online who was so discouraged. They're like, yeah, like, it's been, like, 1,500 deaths since I even learned that this route was possible, and I haven't even made it to the world for that route. And the top comment was like, look, you need to accept that, like, you can't count success as doing this route because he's like, realistically, only like 0.1% of players are even going to get close to completing it. Just enjoy your time playing Spelunky.
That's honestly very wholesome, because, like, without a doubt, Spelunky 2 is the hardest roguelike. Like, at least from everything I know, nothing comes even close. That game
Dude,
is insane.
after every roguelite I've been through, nothing even holds a like Spelunky 2 is fucked up.
It's so sadistic, dude. It's crazy.
But I don't know. One day, you'll know when we eventually accomplish that. It'll be on the news.
It'll be heard across the land. We'll ring the bells.
Yeah.
All right, let's go into our main topics, and we're on schedule for starting that. However, we have the most main roads of all time.
And there's some substantial stuff here.
There's some bangers.
Let's talk. We're gonna start off with a banger. Joe, you and I have beaten Resident Evil 9 Requiem.
No, Willer. You have beaten Resident Evil Requiem.
Oh, okay.
I've beaten it twice.
So we've both beaten Resident Evil 9 Requiem. Yeah, that's a pretty alright game.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, that's whatever.
No, wow. Wow! This game,
So, like, okay.
This game is electric, bro.
Yeah, it's hard to, like, I'm so conflicted with this game because it's like, I think the game, like I think like a Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil 4 are so good because they're so tightly focused on like their respective packages, right?
Yeah.
Like that first person horror element or the like action combat element of Resident Evil 4, and so like they fine tune them, right? They're so good, and I love them. And I feel like a negative point to Resident Evil 9 is that like you get both, but like you're always wanting for more of the other half. But on the other hand, that's what makes it so good, because it's like devouring a perfectly like created meal that knows like, all right, you've been in this hospital for about 3 hours now. Here's a shotgun mo, buddy. Go kill the big guy that's been chasing you around for the past 3 hours.
But only a little bit, only a tease.
Only a little, just a tiny bit.
I respect that they had the restraint to not like make it balanced. I like that they made it so lopsided. It was a really interesting decision.
Yeah, and like it so like it makes it both very familiar for treading like old ground, but also feeling very unique and very fresh. Like it's so contradictory to itself. Like I don't know how else to like describe it, because like to me, like I think about Resident Evil 4, I think that game is fucking brilliant. I think that game is like
easy, very easy 5 out of 5 video game.
Yeah, like it's so simple. This one though, like I cannot tell if I love this game because I've played so much Resident Evil and I love Resident Evil, or if like the game is just so good in its refinement.
I think this might be one of the best designed video games of all time. I was actually like, I got a strike of inspiration, just like as someone who appreciates video games and works on them in like my personal time. Like every single room and battle arena on Leon's side is so finely crafted and tuned. They played through these shits what feels like hundreds of thousands of times to know exactly every route that you're gonna take through the rooms and how to like fine-tune the placement of enemies and ammunition and gimmicks and the pacing of all of these. I was just blown away at the game design out of everything. I was actually not prepared for how well crafted this game was going to be. I was like, oh cool, new Resident Evil. It's like, no, the new generationally good video game just hit the field.
This feels like the crescendo of like what 7 started.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like it feels like we've been working on 7 and 8. We really like this first person mode. We went back and remade Leon's story and doing the third person mode stuff.
And it worked really well. I like how you skipped Jill. It also happened, but no one likes that game apparently.
Yeah, apparently. But like the point is like that third person mode, we're bringing it back. We're reintroducing like the entire plot of Resident Evil.
Better than ever.
Yeah. For Resident Evil 9, where we go back to Raccoon City, like crazy. And we're gonna give you like the best roller coaster experience we could give of a Resident Evil game, right?
I would say like as far as being a roller coaster, I actually still give it to 8. I think 8 is like perfectly paced as like a roller coaster experience, and it's also got like the horror fun theme vibes. But I think 9 tops it in different ways. I will like open up and say like Resident Evil 9 is my favorite Resident Evil, favorite third person shooter, up there with like Returnal, favorite survival horror game, definitely, possibly favorite first person shooter, which is crazy because you have 2 guns.
Yeah, if even you have 2 guns and 15 kill anything bullets.
Yes. Yeah.
Like
oh man.
And like the thing is like about the game is like it's smaller than the other Resident Evil games, right? Like it's
time-wise, I feel like this is comparable to 4 Remake, no? Which is the longest I've played.
No.
It's about okay, maybe like 5 hours shorter. This was like a 20-hour game. That's not what it tells. No, Joe, that's not what it tells you in the screen. The screen lies and tells you beat it in 11 hours. That's a fucking lie. Everyone attests to that. That doesn't count for like a lot of the gameplay time.
It resets your timer every time you die. So
so like if you look at like your PlayStation time or like someone's stream VODs, it's an about 20-hour game, which is longer than most.
When I looked at it on my PlayStation time, I was at 11 hours.
My PlayStation time did not update correctly.
Yeah.
I think that looking at someone's stream is probably the best bet for seeing the actual like play time, but
yeah. But I replayed it and I got it down. I almost got it down to like under the 4-hour mark, and that was me like.
Speedrunning any Resident Evil game is like a 2 to 4 hour experience.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is like the hospital is much smaller than RPD. Right.
The RPD is not a zone. That's actually like a disappointment with the game. That is like 3 screens and a cameo boss fight. That is not like they advertise it a lot. It's the walk up to the RPD and after the RPD. That's the actual level. The RPD is nothing.
I mean like RPD in Resident Evil 2 remake, not this one.
Bigger than the hospital in general. I feel like only if you count the lab.
No, is the lab the underground section?
Yeah.
No, I think it's still bigger. But I have not played Remake 2 in like 4 years, so I'm thinking about doing it again.
I feel like there's a comparable number of rooms to the RPD and whatever Gracecroft Hospital or whatever.
Rhodes Hospital.
Yeah.
Rhodes Hill Hospital. But yeah, like
that said, Rhodes Hill Hospital is maybe one of the best levels in any video game.
It's so good.
Wow.
And it's just like Willie like shared a clip where he's like, I need y'all to see this. And that shit is so fucking funny. And it happened to me because you're like, fuck.
I watched another play. I think it was Not Marcus was playing it. Happened to him. It's like
Yeah, like it's so perfectly and like there's a certain point where like the gray segments get a little less tense, but like this is the most tense I felt like I had in like a first person Resident Evil game. Like,
dude, they ramp. It's the scariest. It's probably the second scariest any Resident Evil can get. I think is this game.
Yeah.
I would give it also to 8's second Lord location with the doll. That is
the puppet.
That is Capcom showing that if they wanted to, they could destroy you and atomize you. And they tap into that power a little bit in the start of 9, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, man, that segment with...
Fuck
9 is the 9 is the one, though, like, the first Resident Evil game where, like, I had to stop and, like, visually plan out my route of how I was going to conquer some of these levels, because it was like, this fucking zombie's here.
And then... But then it comes back when the blister heads come back, and I'm like, I'm not going over there, dude. That one staircase that leads up to Chunk.
Yeah.
And there's a blister head that spawns there. It's like, oh my god, I have 2 bullets.
I got soft locked up there. I had to like restart my save.
Oh
from
man,
up there.
It's fucked.
So like, it's so good, and like. Also, the most insane like crafting system in the entire series.
It was so. Joe, what did you craft the most?
So my first run, the thing I crafted most was the bullets, and then if
Wrong answer.
Yes, I found that out on my second playthrough.
The right answer is you craft 1,000 of those syringes, which I immediately picked up on. That thing is nuts.
Yes, I used it to kill Chunk.
Yeah, no, you can use it to kill also the, well, you probably did it, but the cook.
Yeah, the chef, yes.
Which, okay, on that note, this is also the best villains in Resident Evil, or sorry, the best zombies, because they all retain a aspect of their humanity. So there's zombies that are obsessed with turning off the lights. And that's how, like, that's their gameplay mechanic. They will always go to a turned-on light bulb and be distracted. There's zombies that will clean messes off the ground. And messes on the ground are a very important mechanic on the game. So they naturally go to places that are, like, all over the map and, like, focus in those locations. Mm-hmm. There's the room with, like, I think it was, like, a director, and he's got, like, a office room. And
he's got like the secretary that he's eating.
He's like stuck there with the secretary, and they both wake up, and like he's walking around with his like booze bottle. It's and then there's the 2 singing sisters, which you get a trophy if you kill them both, as I found out. It's great,
and it's so tightly done. I like it made me wish there was another like gray section that was like that type of area.
Yes, which brings me to an interesting point. I think this game is a 10 out of 10. 5 out of 5, whatever. However, there's one side of this equation that's clearly better for me, and it's Grace's section, which I was not prepared for.
Yeah, I think Grace's section has like the bigger like swings and bigger hits. I would say.
I just think it's more finely crafted, and like I would say Leon's section's a 9 out of 10, but Grace's section's an 11 out of 10. Like it is. Yeah. Some of the most fun I've had with any like action game ever.
The basement area of the hospital, like
such
great use of lighting.
Such a good reset of tension. Because you start getting powerful, you go down there, you are so out of your element again, you know?
Oh yeah. And then the final cutscene when you're getting out of there was so intense.
On the elevator?
Like yeah. Oh my god.
That's so good.
The woman who played Grace killed it. Oh my god.
My god.
Yeah.
She's fantastic.
Yes, I really like Grace a lot. I don't know if we'll get more of her in the future.
I hope she's not really a fighter, but she's like my favorite Resident Evil protagonist. So
yeah, she's so real and normal. That's great.
Well, she's not normal. I think she's very like. Well, I'm not like the foremost person to speak on this, but I read her as pretty like neurodivergent coded. Because like when her mom walks in, she's sitting in bed with shoes on, like hunched over her laptop, and she's like just puts her hand out like, "Mommy, touch me." Like, she's clearly like got something going on, but I think it like shows because anytime she's interacting with any human being, she's a blubbering mess. When she's alone, she can have like pretty clear thoughts and like dialogue with herself. As soon as another person joins the conversation, she becomes Courage the Cowardly Dog. So it's pretty great. I really like how she's written.
I do too. And then I like her relationship with Emily as well.
Yeah,
There's a
that was
little girl
good.
in this.
Man, that's
Whenever you said that, I just imagine a character on screen and the Courage the Cowardly Dog music playing in the background, like dun dun.
Show Tyler the tweet.
hold on. Yeah. Funny you should say
Funny
that.
you should say that, Tyler.
Because this is Resident Evil 9 posted in the midcast chat.
Yeah.
And maybe I'll find a way to edit this into the podcast, and you can watch that on your time. But yeah, the thing with Leon's section is that all his that is that's the game. It's spot on.
The music.
Yeah.
It is exactly what you thought.
Yeah.
The thing with Leon's section is like all his battle arenas are expertly done, and his combat is like top class action third person shooter combat. Yeah. I just think his environments are a little drab, and also the interconnectivity of it is not as fun as like a RPD / a hospital interconnectivity,
or any of the Resident Evil 4 kind of like
even like 7 and 8's interconnectivity, and like the exploration level, because what Leon focuses more is like, okay, we're gonna make a very action focused portion, and you're gonna get points for kills. It's not about like going to locations to get things. You will still want to go places just to get just to save some money on your weapons, but you're gonna mostly be getting kills as a resource, and I think that was their way out of designing his exploration as tightly as Grace's. Now, having said that, like I mentioned, the combat and like all the weird ass places you fight as Leon, they are some of the most interesting third person like little arenas, like that little silo that's like a corridor with like a pillar in the middle, and you have to push the wall. You know what I'm talking about? And then there's like a puker in there. It's like, well, how am I fighting these people?
Yes, and then there's of course the glass wall that you're fighting on.
The glass might be all-timer best like action arena of all time.
And it's so it's like 5 minutes that you're in there, but it sticks out so much in your mind because you're like, oh, this is an entire different dynamic I have to think about.
Did you die to the elevator at the end of the glass segment?
No, I did not.
I was like, I'm walking up that slant and I'm like, that elevator looks like it could fall on me, and then it starts falling and my brain just locks up. I just immediately get crushed. Good times.
And like I agree with Willer. I agree with you, Willer, that like I feel like his sections are weaker than Grace's. That's not to say like every time I wasn't playing Leon, I was just having a big grin on my face. I'm like, it's
so addicting. It's so fun. The zombie mortars was too much, bro. As in, like, they were kicking my ass. I would poke my head out of a window. I would get a guy with a Uzi shooting at me. I would try to walk away. I would get mortared. I was completely locked down. I had no heals. It's such a memorable experience for me in that game.
So good. It's so fucking funny. You're like,
They bring back a bunch of enemies. I will also say, like, the last Grace section in the traditional Resident Evil lab is so good. They bring back like an iconic enemy from Resident Evil, and as soon as he hits, you're just like, how? Like, how am I gonna fight this with my one gun? You don't even have the Requiem anymore. There's an interesting mechanic in this game where Leon gives Grace the Desert Eagle equivalent, the Magnum. Every Resident Evil game has the Magnum that is like the strongest gun, limited bullets, but it's you point at something and end the encounter kind of gun. You get that from the beginning. Yeah, you get that get out of jail free card at the beginning with one bullet. So use it wisely and start searching for more and crafting more, because
also
you will
don't
need
miss.
Yeah. Ooh boy. Yeah, it feels really bad when you miss a Requiem shot. And then when you play as Grace the last time, you don't have that anymore. You just have her pistol.
Yep.
And her throwables.
You find some other stuff, but like, I was just like, oh, fuck me. When I saw them come back, I was like, I don't like this.
That is it's probably the most like creepy looking Resident Evil enemy in my opinion.
Yeah, and they did a great job of they redesigned, like, not necessarily redesigned, they enhanced the design because they made it a lot better looking than it did previously, obviously.
What did you
also
go ahead?
I was gonna say, what do you think about having not one but two secret labs you had to run through at the end there?
Very good. I'm a fan.
They
were good labs. The labs is always the weakest part of a Resident Evil game, but they've been getting better and better.
Yes. I was very pleasantly surprised when they're like, the lab was the shortest section of the game, essentially. I was like, oh, sick.
And
like, they figured it out.
They did the usual, like, anytime you go through a Grace location with Leon, you just pulverize every enemy that was scaring you as Grace, and I think it's just such a good swing of momentum.
It's like literally the salt first and then the sweet bite kind of a thing.
Yeah. What did you think of Victor and Xeno?
I like them both. There's a lot of theories.
Xeno confused me a lot because I don't have all the Resident Evil lore that explained that Wesker has clones. So it's like, is that fucking Wesker? I thought he was exploded in a volcano.
That definitely was like supposed to be like the point. I was just like, what the fuck? You're dead.
The most weird part of Resident Evil as a franchise is that their most iconic villain has zero crossover, as far as I'm aware, with their most iconic protagonist.
Correct.
And and they're having to kind of rectify it, and the dynamic is just not there. And then
they're like, "Fuck it, we're not doing it."
Yeah. And like a lot of people, I haven't played 5. That is the Wesker game, so their most iconic villain is not even known to like the new wave of Resident Evil fans. Like for his true vision or like what he really is at the end of the day. So it just becomes very interesting. I think he's in Code Veronica, which is supposed to be the next game.
He's in Code Veronica and he's in Resident Evil 5. That's his final game. He's in the first Resident Evil.
He's in 1, Veronica, 5, and I think that's literally it. But he's still the most iconic.
Well, he's in all the Resident Evil movies.
I hope they revive Lady D. And even Heisenberg. I think they were both really good.
I think they'll bring Lady D back in some form, or at least that voice actress, and be like, we want you to take another role of this character.
She was advertising for this game.
Yeah, she was.
There's a fun ad where she's towering over Maximilian Dude. It's really funny.
I think Xeno was a really good kind of seed planting for here's what we're going to be doing for the next 25, 30 years of Resident Evil.
Yeah, but he's insane. It's all right, I'll trust you to type the password into the one-time password off the code. What are you doing, dude?
Well, listen, Resident Evil has never had the tightest story.
He's not the smartest in the shed.
And then Gideon just turning full face heal? Question mark?
I like Gideon's introduction. I thought was so cool. He's just sniping people in the streets. I was like, this is a way to establish your villain as a really good threat, and he can overpower Leon. So he's brains and brawn, and his teeth look awful.
Yeah, he's got the cool helmet too.
Yeah,
and then he rides a sick motorcycle.
I think I asked Joe, it's Joe, when this character was introduced, did you think you would be fighting them on a motorcycle chase, sequence? Because that's not the vibe I got.
No.
I will say the final boss was very easy.
Yes. Oh my god, it's the easiest final boss I think in any game.
Yeah.
I ran when I did it the second time. I went boom, 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 boom. I was done. I was sick. Okay, cool.
Yeah, not many bosses in this one in general. I think the one at the RPD is probably the most involved, and then the one with the commando. Do you know who that commando that Leon fought was?
Hunk.
Yeah, which is I don't know much of the Hunk lore, but he's a playable character, and you kill him. But apparently, if you go back into the room, he's gone. So I was like, okay, I guess that was just fan service. All right.
You can play him in Resident Evil 4 Mercenaries mode.
And 2, if I'm not mistaken, and Tofu is in the game as well.
Yes.
Which I had to see after the fact. Anyways, Resident Evil is a goofy-ass series. This game's great. This is my favorite Resident Evil.
Same. It's it's so good. It makes me love Resident Evil.
This is the first time I've been prompted and felt the urge to replay Resident Evils, and it's kind of the end of the arc. They're setting up. They started name dropping a new Organization 13 for us to fight next arc, but this is the end of 30 years of Resident Evil, which is kind of wild. I don't think that's what people were expecting out of this game, but it was really good for that. I guess fuck Claire Redfield, though. She just doesn't exist.
Well,
she hasn't shown up in ages.
We'll see what 10 brings. Hopefully 10. I feel like 10 is going to be Redfield's return. Maybe if they do Veronica, that's all clear Redfield. And I think that sets them up for 10.
I guess that's what they're setting up for.
Yeah.
Let's call it there. We'll talk about this in media of the year, undoubtedly. I have no doubts that this will make the cut. But will this make the cut, Joe? What is Cairn?
Oh God!
I know it's the climbing game.
So Cairn is the most how do I say this? Like the most exhausted a video game has ever made me. Like I feel like I go through torturous sessions when I play Cairn in like the best way possible. Cairn is about a woman named Ava who is going to climb a mountain that no one has climbed before. Whose name escapes me. I think it's Kami actually.
Mount God.
Yeah, basically. And she's like a world-renowned climber. She's already made it big, but like she is going out by herself to do this, and this is like a dangerous climb that people have died on. Like you find the corpses of climbers as you climb the mountain, essentially. And so you have to make this trek up by yourself, and you have to collect the resources from these dead expeditions along the way to like make sure you're going. Like you have to keep up your hunger, your food, your temperature, because it's a fucking mountain and it starts getting really, really cold. This game is phenomenal. It's incredible. There's like a section where you have to climb a sheer cliff face, and I literally I felt like I was gonna have a breakdown because like I don't know how I'm gonna actually fucking climb this thing.
It feels like it gives like those like stressful moments of Death Stranding, but very frequently. That seems like the vibe that this game gives.
Yeah. It's very much Death Stranding like
coded, but it doesn't have the multiplayer, does it?
No, it is. Okay. A big aspect of the game is
you're alone.
You are alone, and you do run into some other characters that like you like talk to for various reasons, and like you get like phone calls from your friends and family. And I don't think I've ever played a character I've hated more.
Ooh.
Like, and not in like a like this character's poorly written, but like this. If I knew this person in real life, I would not like him.
James Sunderland, you're no longer bottom one.
Congratulations!
Congrats, buddy.
James, you at least loved your wife.
Damn.
Yeah, so it's like Ava is like one of the most selfish like protagonists I've ever played, and she's doing all this stuff for her own selfish reasons. She like very purposely like skips out on very important life events to go do this thing. And like you can't feel but like kind of disgusted towards Ava, and at the same time you are compelled to continue climbing this mountain.
Seems kind of peaky, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's incredibly good. I really, really like it a lot. The climbing is very fun. It's incredibly hard. And so like I played like a majority of this game over like an 8-hour session or something like that. Or not even 8 hours, it was like maybe 4 or 5. Point being is that like I played it, and then like I would do like the state save thing on PlayStation, go do stuff, come back and keep playing it. And then I finally like when Resident Evil 9 came out, I was like, okay, I'm gonna save this and I'll come back to it later. And when I did that, I got over this huge ass section of the map where I was like, I have to be close to the top. And then I found out when you load up the game, the menu screen is the map of your progress of where you are. And I had only made it up 2/3 of the mountain. And I was just like, you've got to be shitting me. And this is not like you can save like every 10 minutes. There are long stretches, kind of like in Returnal, where like you're not able to save until you get to those points.
You gotta commit.
And so, yeah, you have to commit. Incredibly good game. I highly recommend Cairn. I've not finished it yet, which is why I didn't post anything. But I think it's incredibly good. Like this is like definitely like if you came up to me like you were like Cairn is like my favorite game I've ever played or my game of the year. It's like yeah, I totally get it. Like it's incredibly good.
Back-to-back media of the year contenders. It can't be.
Yeah. Good start to the year.
I will say. Yeah, it was a little slow going there.
Yeah.
All right, we now have Tyler has been reading Black Clover. Real? False?
Could be.
Yes. If only if we were here to verify such claims.
Interesting. Okay, sorry. Tyler, you've been reading Black Clover, I guess. Did you finish it?
Over.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
done.
But you finished it, is
Finished.
the thing. Yeah.
It finished.
But you finished it. Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but they finished it like a month ago.
Right, but did you finish it? Is that what we're going to talk about?
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about that.
Yo, they had this release schedule that was like Attack on Titan, but for manga chapters. It took this guy apparently like 18 months to draw 9 chapters that looked like the equivalent of what Dandadan does in like 2 weeks.
You know, Black Clover is a very intricately written series, so...
Dude, the last like maybe 15 chapters have all been the same fight. It's really hard to tell what the fuck is going on.
The one big last fight is pretty par for the course, for what it's worth.
Yeah, you know, they won, I guess. They had a couple of Super Saiyan moments. Everybody gets one. Everybody got one thing, you know. A couple of people died. Yeah, that was it.
Did any of the deaths make you upset or like make you sad?
One of the deaths was actually really cool, because they went berserk mode where they're just too angry to die. And it was just like, it's slight spoiler. Spoiler? Spoiler.
Yeah.
It's a death, not a death. You know, it's a shonen. Not there can't be like too many deaths. You know.
Okay. Depends on the shonen.
So there's the fire woman.
Right. Mellow Andrea or whatever or something.
That's what I was thinking. Mero Leona.
Yes.
And she is just too angry to die. So there's like one point she gets like eviscerated. So here's the thing: she loses her arm in an earlier battle, or somebody else does. And so they generate an arm out of fire magic. To like replace it so they can keep on fighting. And at one point her entire body gets eviscerated and she just turns into like a fire. She is just now fire.
That's
and
pretty
she's
cool.
like, no, I'm not done yet. And she just keeps fighting as like a spirit of fire now. That was neat, but again, it was very hard to kind of keep track of everything as like this came out over the last 2 years of my life, and it was like maybe 10 chapters.
Should I read through it? Because I read a lot of Black Clover before.
Yeah,
it's been a long time. I don't remember the last arc I read, but I think what prompted you to read this was us playing Union Arena, and I have a Black Clover deck. Is that accurate?
No, I've been reading Black Clover for years.
I didn't know you were still. I thought you were like took a break from it while you were waiting
No,
for
it
it.
literally was just what only come out in One Punch Man time. It was like once every like third
slower
blue
than
moon.
that.
Tyler follows some bad series, man. I do want to. I'm keen to read it because you don't have to think much when you're reading Black Clover. You just like flip a page.
You do, but like, man, I was like, it was very hard to follow the Yuno and Asta fight. Yeah, it was fine. I liked it. But yeah, like chapters. He released 3 chapters in January, and then released 3 chapters in October before that. So follow 3 chapters every 4 months.
That's tough.
And that's
3
that's what you get.
chapters every 4 months.
That's what One Piece is going to be in the last like 3 years of its run. So I just hope you're ready for that.
Yep.
God willing, that doesn't happen, but they might.
We haven't gotten the epilogue chapters yet, if any. Like, they defeated the big bad. The big bad had his clairvoyant moment, like, I was the baddie the whole time, sort of thing. He made his resolution with a few characters. And then, like, we haven't had the epilogue where Asta and Yuno both become Wizard Emperor or whatever they're going to do. I don't know.
They can both be Wizard King?
I don't know. Maybe. Who gives a fuck?
You! It sounds like you should give a fuck, no?
Sunk cost fallacy, you know?
Oh, man. And you're like, yeah, you should read this, and you're like, I only read it because
I don't know, someone has to be God.
Well, the manga ended, or the anime ended, and like I don't think they're ever gonna finish it. And I was like, you know what? I'll just read it.
They're gonna finish it. They were probably just waiting for it to end.
Dude, it's been on hiatus for like 4 years.
Brother, Bleach got an anime like 10 years after it ended, and it's still going now. Like they didn't.
I hear it's quite popular.
They didn't adapt the last arc at all, so they're just now doing.
That's always been crazy to me. Like, damn.
And that's the one that needed it the most, because by the end of the Bleach, he was getting kind of rushed by his health issues. So he's kind of fixing it now in the anime. But
the Asta love interest, your main character, even got screen time there in the final fight.
The nun?
No, the water girl.
Oh, I don't remember her being the love interest. It's been a long time.
Will they, won't they, fight, argue type of thing.
Yeah, fight fucking.
Yeah. The last arc before the final fight, it was like, Black Clover does this thing where they'll drop some of the most important bits of information in the filler episodes. It's like, oh, this is the Hot Springs episode, but you find out he's actually the dark father of this other good guy character. And I'm like, why is this in the Hot Springs episode?
To be fair, pretty funny way to do it. It's pretty good.
Dude, every episode is like that. And it was just like, at the very end, they have this like really cool training arc, and it's just like, it just goes, it felt like the Naruto Waterfall Great War, but minus 40 episodes of filler.
Interesting.
Like, imagine if Naruto walked into the waterfall, talked with Kurama, had his moment, and then just came out like fighting white Zetsus.
I mean, when I read the manga, that's what it felt like. I don't know.
Oh yeah. When you read the manga, yeah, that's what it felt like.
When I read the non-filler thing, yeah, it felt good.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, it was fine. I still enjoy Black Clover's like magics, but they don't do anything special in the final bit. Everybody just kind of goes plus ultra, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, interesting discussion. Which one's better, the My Hero ending or the Black Clover ending?
Let me think. I will say, I think that's going to be up to pure opinion, because
I'm asking for your opinion.
I prefer the one big bad versus everybody. Like, Julius the Wizard King is like literally beating, like, he has the power the whole time to just beat up on everybody. This isn't some like backward scheming in the underground for like decades and eons to do anything. It's just like, he's like, all right, now's the time. Let's beat the fuck out of everybody.
That's worse. That's way worse. Why didn't he do it earlier then? I like that. The story needs to be like, all right, he needed everything to come together for him to actually start fighting. That makes more sense to me. Which is like, that's what My Hero did.
Okay, to be honest, maybe there was a reason,
but it was so long ago.
But I didn't read.
So long ago. I think it has something to do with dark magic. Has something to do with the leader of the Black Bulls and the leader of the Golden Tree crew. Like, he has to like sacrifice them both together after like 4 other demons have died. Like, he had to wait on them to like learn a spell.
Okay.
Or something.
That makes sense.
And he's like, oh, y'all are strong enough now. I can kill you because you've he didn't even like, he didn't need them. He needed them to have this spell in their body or something. And he's like, okay, cool. Now I can sacrifice you guys to do my spell that I want to do. So he was like, you get it. You've been gardening. He's just waiting on his shit to get right.
Yeah. I didn't talk about this in the quickies, but my garden's fucking thriving right now. It's so sick.
Yeah, dude, it looks great.
That's an expert level question dodge. Which one had your favorite ending, My Hero or Black Clover?
Expert level question dodge.
Black Clover had my. I mean, it's not over, but I liked the ending of it better. I liked the Asta Uno fight. I liked all the fights except Asterisk Bakugo's fight. So if the My Hero had ended with Bakugo, it would have been goated. But Bakugo's not the main character, fucking unfortunately.
So, wait, your sentence was wait, what? You said
all of the Black Clover fights are better. I enjoy more.
Gotcha. But Bakugo has the best fight,
Bakugo fight.
but then all of the Black Clover fights are next, and then it's all the My Hero fights. Got it.
The Ororoko and
Uraka and Toga.
Toga fight?
Himiko.
Probably better than a handful of Black Clover fights there at the end. That was a nice one because that fight dealt with a lot of moral philosophies and if I betray who I am, even though that's for the better cause, I like that fight. That was a very nice fight.
But which one had the better story? It can't. Come on, bro. Don't lie to me. It cannot be Black Clover. Be for real.
No, I would agree. It's definitely not. It doesn't have the pros there, Doesn't have the ups and downs and the moments of suspense and Asta doesn't have his.
To be fair, my hero might have too many.
Moment.
My hero might have too many ups and down moments of suspense in that last arc.
Oh yeah, dude. But
a lot happened.
That's the point though. You look at Asta and you look at Deku,
you just
fucking sucks.
No, that's a question I don't have to ask. You're always gonna like Asta more than Deku.
Okay, I was on the team with everybody else. We're oh my god, will this guy shut the fuck up? And then I think I was in a phase in life where I was this is probably 10 years ago too. This is a decade ago. I was probably watching too much Tyler 1 and League of Legends shit, and then I kept watching Asta. And I was all right, I think I get it.
Fucking brain chemistry overwritten over here.
I know.
Yeah. I was I think I get it. He grew on me, Once he started beating I like Asta's swords all better than. I mean, Deku just has the Harry Potter philosophy,
Asta's power system's way cooler, for sure.
No, it's not. They just give it to him.
What?
He's
I said Asta's power system is way cooler.
Oh yeah. I like that. He's got demon modes that he does. They have Naruto moments there at the end. It was nice.
Yeah, I don't even remember those demon modes. I think I got them spoiled by the cards. So
he's got multiple demon modes, and he's got multiple swords, and each sword has a different thing.
There's a demon stand. I don't know. I didn't get that far. But okay.
The demon stand is part of the lore after we start fighting the demons. This is the demon that's been inside his grimoire the whole time that actually hunted him down. But yeah, the demon guy's cool. He has his own plot, and it's related actually to Asta's story. There's a reason he's involved with him, and it's got some Naruto subplots, going on with Kurama and Asta type aspect, or Kurama and Naruto.
That's pretty.
Y'all know what I'm saying?
I know what you're putting down. I like Kurama and Naruto, so that sounds good.
So, yep, that's it.
All right, Joe, tell us a little bit about Mewgenics.
Can you sing the song, Joe?
No, because I have the music low. Because I usually play it while I'm watching something, so it gets in the way. I know.
Oh, y'all are. I kind of do.
Okay.
I'm gonna go get. I'm gonna go somewhere.
Okay. Eugenics is a game that's made by the guy who did Binding of Isaac. His name is
John F. Isaac.
Yes, of course. That's a Binding of Isaac of creator.
Steve Binding.
Binding F. Isaac.
Edmund McMillan and Tyler Glaliel. I think Edmund McMillan was on the podcast that I watch with Skill Up. Mewgenics is a tactical game, kind of similar to Oh god, what's the name of the mech game that we all really like?
Into the Breach.
Into the Breach.
Ooh.
Or
It's like
more.
It's
more
like
Into the Breach.
It's
Actually.
like Autistic Cat Into the Breach or something, from what I understand.
Yeah. So the idea is like you're like a homeless person, and you get these cats, and then you send them out to go do things, and then when the cats come back, you have the cats breed to make more cats, and then use those cats to go get more things. That's basically the loop there, right? I am not very far in the game. I am about 8 hours into the game. I pick it up and play it whenever I kind of get the want to. I think the mechanics of this game are really strong. There's some really good bones there. And I think, like, from what I've seen from like the subreddit and other places, like, it really gets fleshed out later. You get a lot of really cool and broken builds that you can kind of experiment with and play with. And I think Tyler would really like that. I am not a fan of this game's art style or humor.
Yep.
I think it's actually like
Yep.
It's a very like exploding cats core.
No, I think Exploding Cats has something to it a little bit, but like this is mean. Like this is like very much just like, ha ha, look at this mean thing kind of humor.
Okay, I get it.
Stuff, and I really, really don't like it. And it has a lot of gross out humor too. That is just not up my alley.
That's the thing. I never got into Binding of Isaac because I don't like the aesthetics or like the humor.
Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, and like it just was like I think that's like kind of the point that like really stops me from going back there because like I just don't like looking at the game, which is a I think I leveraged against Bradley one time when we were judging a game, and like I have come around to understand like what he means. Like it's just sometimes hard to play the game when I just don't like looking at it in the eye.
It's got to be it's the feel, man.
Yeah, it's the vibes, and I think like I could get over like the aesthetic look of the game if it wasn't for the fact of its humor. That it's just so like disgusting.
I wonder what
I kind of get it
was.
because like I'm just like Binding of Isaac. Like you'll fight a boss, and it's like the boss is poop. And he has corn inside the poop.
I was gonna say.
And for some people, that's hilarious, and for other people, it's like, okay.
Yeah, and like it's a lot of that, and like, and I don't know, man. It really, really sucks. That's the way it is. The other thing I don't like is that this is a horrendous Steam Deck game. Like,
yeah,
like the controls are awful, like so fucking bad. Like. I legit I was thinking because we've been playing a lot of other games on Steam Deck, and I was thinking to myself like, oh, let me play Mewgenics on my Steam Deck. I could probably knock out so much more. And I tried playing it one night. And I was like, I can't fucking do this. It's so unnecessarily difficult to control the game, which is crazy because the game is a turn-based game.
Yeah, how do you fuck that up so bad?
Oh my god, it's like they force you to use the touchpad control to select stuff. I'm like, why can't I use the fucking analog stick?
Oh, that's like zero integration. They didn't try at that point.
Yeah, like there. It's just like I'm honestly baffled at like. Granted, there might be a controller setup thing in there that I have not looked at, and I need to adjust it.
No,
but like,
Joe, you just need to wait for the Switch version to be a thing, and then you can come back to your Steam Deck version, and it'll be normal at that point.
Yeah, probably. And so, like, the overall sentiment I have of the game is that I really like the bones of the game. I just don't like the flesh of the game.
Yeah.
If you get what I'm saying. And so it's like, and like, I don't even know if Tyler would necessarily like the game. It's a really mean game against cats. Like,
I don't. So, what was this other game he made? He didn't make Potato, did he?
Binding of Isaac.
He did. No, I believe he's the Potato guy, no?
He's the Binding of Isaac guy.
Yes, but I believe the Binding of Isaac guy is also the Brotato guy, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's see.
Like, that was his For Funzy game that he made, like, during COVID or something. If I remember the lore right. He also made
Super Meat Boy.
He also made the poop matching, like, match 3 game. He loves poop, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, like, dude, I just...
Like, big respect to the guy as, like, an indie creator, but...
It's great. Like 10 out of 10 work, but this is like I don't know, man. This is the exact opposite of my vibe.
Yeah,
it's
like
just hashtag not for us.
Yeah, and I just like I'm gonna keep playing it because I want to see what else there is in this like fucking game. But it's also like I meet a new enemy and I'm just like fucking I don't give a shit. Like it's like it doesn't make me happy to see it. And then I've been spoiled on some bosses and I'm like, this is just some middle school edgy bullshit. And I don't.
man.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna spoil it.
It
like
does not
Hitler's
spark
in the game.
Oh come on, bro.
Yeah, like it's
What is this XD RAR shit where we got like our disease-ridden cats fighting Hitler? That's so funny. Like,
yeah, like so I don't know. It's like it's one of those games that like from a complete creative perspective and like the time and effort and like the actual game itself, I think it's great. Like I like to play the game is fun when I'm playing it on my computer and on my Steam Deck. But like there's the soul of the game I just don't like.
I loved your analogy. You like the skeleton but not the flesh. I'm gonna use that one.
Yeah. So like I don't think this is a recommend for anyone. I'm gonna keep playing it and then probably Game of the Year I'll have some sort of update. But like God, I wish the Steam Deck like port of it was better. Because I feel like I could have a more accurate opinion about the game because I would have more time to play it and like get in a more comfy position to play it, right?
In about 6 months, when they make the Switch port, that's when you come back.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's Mewgenics. I played Alan Wake 2, which I've talked about on the podcast, so I don't have to talk like too much about it. But also, I have the most notes in my notepad for this game. I have a lot of notes. There were a lot of thoughts throughout my playthrough. I don't know where to begin. I guess we'll begin by saying that Alan Wake 2 is one of, like, the most creatively rich video games I've played in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I'll also say that this year, from doing, like, stuff around the house and also being a good boy like Bradley was saying and also putting a lot of time into like my side projects and like trying to read and catch up on TV shows, my video game time has been very low, so it took me a while to get through Alan Wake 2 because this game is a lot longer than I thought it would be.
Yes, it's quite long.
Oh, when you have a house and you have to do stuff, life catches up to you. You don't have a lot of time to play games. Do you even play games, Willard?
I mean,
I don't play games.
I was doing other hobby things, but yeah, sure, Tyler, I would still play more games than you if you want me to. That's fine.
Yeah, you even play games.
You're gonna be playing Slay the Spire all year. So you are done. You are done.
I am gonna play it for maybe 50 more hours.
Lies! That's a lie!
And then I'm going to wait till 1.0 comes out, and then I'm going to restart my account and then do it again.
That's disgusting what you just said. That's awful.
Willard, you played Elden Ring like 40 times.
Yeah, I kept all my shit. It was New Game Plus.
Yeah, this is New Game Plus.
No, you're going to restart from the scratch. You're going to unlock everything. You're psycho. Anyways, all to say, this game being pretty long, it took me a while to finish it. But you know what's cool, Tyler? I finished it. I set out and I did it. That's the part you can't say.
He do be spitting, though. He do be spitting.
I came back to it.
Game gotta respect game, you know what I'm saying?
But, I think part of it also was, like, during one play session, I accidentally walked into a DLC, and it overrode...
Oh, yeah!
It overrode my saves.
Holy shit.
Brother, I was not in the mood to do that DLC, but I had no choice. I had to do it, and I did it!
You walk into a side quest by accident. Fuck!
I was not manual saving a lot in that game because you have a very quick save, but those quick saves are set to like slots that rotate out really early.
Yeah.
So I walk into the DLC and I poke my head in, interact with the quick save or two, realize it's like, this is a lot meatier than I want to do right now. Look at my quick saves. Oh, do you want to go back several hours of gameplay to get out of this DLC? Interesting play session that was. I gotta say, again, one incredibly creative game. I don't think I like this game very much. I was pretty fed up with it by the end. And God, I took so many notes. I'm like fighting with myself of like, you should like this. There's so many cool ideas. And then my next note is like, I want this to end already.
Yeah, I gotcha.
It's part of it is the backtracking. You go through like a saga section. Okay, now backtrack through these woods.
Yes.
Do this, do that. They add a little bit too much gameplay to this game, and I actually remember I watched a playthrough of Alan Wake 1 in preparation to play this game, because I promised Joe I would play this game. There's another thing, obligations. And I did it. I didn't finish Baldur's Gate 3, but the thing is, I really like Baldur's Gate 3. I just had other things take priority.
Right.
But yeah, it was like a lot of like sections of like anyways, when I was watching Alan Wake 1, I was also like, if I played through this game, I would get tired of the gameplay by the end. Alan Wake 2 has better gameplay. There's some good sections of like survival horror, like ammo management. Like by the end of the game, there were sections was like I was like cycling through every little tool in my tool belt because there were so many enemies on the screen. So I was really using everything, which is ultimately what I want like a third-person survival horror game to do. I want it to force me to like have to use my tools because it's like a limited tool kind of genre. So it was doing pretty good on that, but it's like it on the gameplay level, it's not really hitting any highs. Like there's nothing super interesting. The enemies aren't that interesting. Like there's some freaky ones. You kind of fight them all the same. You use a resource to stun them, and then you use whatever bullets you have left, and it feels good to shoot the guns and the crossbow. And I must have played the game horribly wrong, and I didn't rush through it, by the way, despite like feeling it was too long. I looked around, I found enough resources to upgrade one of Saga's weapons one time. I was like, okay, what did I miss out on? Like, how many manuscripts did I miss? They usually show up on the map, and I kept looking at the map, and, like, they weren't there. So, I don't know. I don't know if you got more upgrades than me, Joe, but, like, I literally got one. And
it's been a few years. I can't remember, if I'm being honest.
After that one upgrade, I found 2 more manuscripts, and it takes, like, 17 to upgrade anything. So, I was like, okay, not even close to getting a second upgrade. On Alan's side of the things, I got a ton of upgrades. And that's where, like... So the game is segmented into 2 sections, and I think Alan's section's Mog Saga sections by like a lot. They're way more fun and way more interesting, and the survival horror elements are heightened in them. But then we reach the other problem of the gameplay. This game's puzzles suck ass. And I come from Resident Evil, where like the puzzles are simple, but they're quick and snappy. I do not fuck with Alan Wake 2 puzzles. My brain just... never clicked with them, and that's sort of bad in Saga sections. Alan's section puzzles are way more interesting, but they're actually worse to play through because they're the ones that frustrated me the most. As far as like, there's somewhere like you have to switch between, especially near the end of the game, so many different versions of a scene, and there is no internal logic. It's not like almost like Phoenix Wright level of thing where you can use some sort of logic to get forward. You just kind of have to put square hole and try to find square peg, and you have like a couple of different pegs, and you have to just kind of try shit until it works. And like, Alan's gimmick is basically like you're writing your way out of a scenario, which sounds so cool, and I bet they thought they were cooking with that one. And I'm sure a lot of people think they did. But ultimately, it's like, whenever you put puzzle piece A with puzzle piece B, you as the player have no idea how that's going to impact the world. There's no, like, clever aha moment or agency in solving any of Alan's puzzles, in my opinion. You're just doing shit and seeing what happens and then moving on. It's the same as, like, just clicking a button and cycling through a couple different iterations of what the map currently looks like. And I thought that was pretty disappointing, and had some sections that was extra confusing, particularly the movie theater, and then outside the movie theater. God, that was pretty annoying. And also getting up to the hotel, there was some really weird puzzle sections with that. Okay, but this isn't really a gameplay focused game. Alan Wake's all about the story. Well, I kind of have problems there too, because out of the 2 protagonists, Saga is really not that interesting until basically the last 3 cutscenes with her. the section where you're doing the mental map, where she's like kind of tackling all her flaws and like dismantling them with logic. Fascinating stuff. I wish I cared about this character at all by this point of the story.
Whoa, Willer. You can't say that. You can't say that the very ending, most amazing part of a character at the end of a game doesn't make up for the rest of it.
Why can't I say that? Okay, here we go. Here we go. I walked into that one.
You sure did.
The problem is, I have my my witness here. Expedition 33 had good characters the whole fucking time. Okay. Can I get a hell yeah, Bradley?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was gonna be stay silent there.
I was like, if he was here, he would definitely say it.
I was like, it would be funny if I didn't say anything.
It would be. No, but the thing, like, I always liked the Expedition 33 character. Saga is a character that, like, what is interesting about Saga leading up to the end? She doesn't have, like, any interesting personality traits. She doesn't have any, like, interesting quirks. Her only character trait is that she is in denial of the story that Alan has written for her. Very cool, but around midway through the story, Tor and Odin are like, by the way, you are not crazy. And that's like the halfway point of the story. And then she's still like kind of paranoid about it. So it's like the one thing that she had going on gets kind of disproved by like just like other characters in the story. And then like her relationship with Casey is not that interesting either. And then the problem is Alan is an interesting character. There's moments, like, especially like in any scene where like there's those live action scenes where like he's kind of just like a tortured writer, like rambling to himself while writing. That's probably the best moments of writing in the game for me. Also, like his big hero moment going back into the dark place near the end of the story, really cool. Problem is, for 90% of Alan's story, he has 0 characters to interact with. So there is nothing interesting being done with the character or his personality.
He talks to Mr. Door.
Oh, in one cutscene where he barely knows he's there, like he's so like deer in the headlights talking to Door, like that's not really like a dynamic. Like he talks to Adi, the janitor who knows too much, and like the cop guy, but he doesn't really say much in those interactions. For what it's worth, in Alan Wake 1, he got to interact with Alice and Barry, Barry's like his fucking publicist or whatever, a lot. So you get like a little bit of like a fleshing out of him through other characters. In this game, he's just stuck in hell with nothing to talk to and just kind of rambling to himself. So like, by the 90% mark, I don't care about any of the characters, and then all the cool story stuff happens, and the story really takes its time, like kind of building up to it. But like while it's building up to it, it's just kind of a lot of like interesting set pieces that aren't really telling a very cohesive story till you get to the end. So I don't know, man. There was just like a lot going on. It took its sweet time getting there, and I think like I wasn't invested in the characters or gameplay by the time that it got really good, which I think is just the last stretch. But then the real insult to injury is that I was like rushing the weekend before Resident Evil 9 came out. I was like, okay, I'm gonna set a Saturday and just play this game. And I still had like a lot to go somehow. And I did it, and then I play fucking peak survival horror, which is like so unflattering for Alan Wake 2, as someone who was like kind of like really ready to finish that game. And I was almost worried, it's like, should I take a break? Am I burnt out on survival horror? And like, am I gonna dislike Resident Evil 9 if I go directly into it? And then I start Resident Evil 9 and I fall in absolute love, and I'm like, oh, I just actually didn't really fuck with Alan Wake 2. And like, it wasn't just like a kind of getting burnt out by like a video game scenario. Like I just don't think it was for me, which is crazy. Like on paper, you talk about that game, that's the most Willer shit you've ever heard. Which is why you recommend it to me, surely. But I think I think with my explanation, you can see that like the execution just didn't really work out for me. I still like, I would rate this like a 7 out of 10 because like the ambitiousness is there. Like, you can't not respect this game. Like, the fucking music sequence. Like, everyone's gonna love that. That shit is crazy. Like, it is so creative. All the live-action cutaways. Any section with Alice, was so good. That's actually the best
Yeah.
character in the game, and she's barely in the game. But they like low screen time, high impact. That's how they handle Alice. So I really like that. So yeah, that's Alan Wake 2. I think Remedy is not good at game design. that is because I've played Control. Very interesting game. I thought that gameplay was boring as fuck. Now they're coming out with a character action game. That's like my favorite genre of video game. And I am not going to touch that because I have zero faith in the studio and the gameplay department.
It's so funny because this is definitely like, I can't think of like, there's definitely a studio that's like that for me, but I can't think of it right now. But like, there's just a studio that is like checking all the boxes, but it's missing something crucial.
Yeah,
and you can't figure out what it is. I guess for you, it's the gameplay. Like there's a significant like gap in the gameplay and like the immersion experience for you.
And when I say gameplay, it's not just the combat, because like what I was mentioning, like the puzzles and also the exploration, they weren't really doing it for me on like a sort of a horror level. So it's like it's like it's almost there. It's so like. They could turn a few dials, and that 7 becomes like a 9 or 10. Like, it jumps a lot. If they just, like, pace it out better and like, put a little more thought into, like, kind of, like, some of those other design elements. Anyways, I don't want to rag on it for too long. I still think it's a fascinating game, and I do think it deserved getting those, like, Game of the Year nominations that it got that year.
It won Best Direction, and I think that's the best award it could have gotten.
What was it going up against? I also think, best, especially for the, like...
I believe it was Elden Ring.
I guess it could beat Elden Ring in direction, just because Elden Ring is so, like, directionless, almost. In fact, like, Elden Ring has to reuse, like, a billion enemies to like,
I would say, like, the thing about Alan Wake is that it's very purposeful and, like, every scene that it has, like it's very crafted and like it's the way it is.
Was it? I feel like a lot of that is just like
I feel like there's a very heavy-handed director and direction within the game that you can really feel it had a very unique feel to it.
Mayhaps.
Which I think is why it deserves it. I feel like Elden Ring feels like a FromSoft game, but does not like it's really great.
Is this a 2023 game?
I think so.
I remember you put it really high because we were doing. Yes, it is. I just want to go look real quick.
Oh, Baldur's Gate 3 came out.
It won Best Narrative over Cyberpunk, wrong. FF16, wrong. It won Best Art Direction over Hi-Fi Rush and Super Mario Brothers Wonder. So I disagree there.
I don't agree with at all.
No,
it won
Best Game Direction. Not
seeing direction here.
It's the second one next to the Game of the Year.
If we're both looking at IGN.
No, I'm looking right here.
Best game direction over Baldur's Gate, Spider-Man, Wonder, and Tears of the Kingdom. That's like a default win, and even then I think Baldur's Gate should win there, but I think they were, unlike this year where they were like, fuck it, everything to Expedition, I think they were trying to like celebrate the industry that year, which I can respect. So I feel like Spider-Man can't be that bad in game direction, but what do I know? I personally think Super Mario Brothers Wonder had a wonderful game direction, but it's just a little Mario game, so it's not going to get its due.
It got Best Family.
I've seen what makes them clap. You know.
All right, that's Alan Wake 2. I don't want the back-to-back. Let's throw if I throw a Tyler in here though, do we run out of Tyler things? No, we do not, because Tyler's going to talk an hour and a half for Slay the Spire. We've already allowed it for it. Tyler, you've been rereading Dungeon Crawler Carl. Also, there's Dungeon Crawler Carl news out in the world.
Oh, there is.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's great news. So, yeah, I've been rereading them. I am on the Eye of the Bedlam Bride, so I've already lapped both Willer and Bradley because they decided to read another Wild Bow book.
Yeah, I'm not going to be reading anything for a long time. Anything else?
Yeah. But the cool thing is, so it's like positive and negative news. I got such whiplash about it. So, for the longest time, I said, this book is so popular, it will get an adaptation. Like I said this a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I wanted it to be animated. I think that would have been the best way for them to pull it off. I like animation. the like secondary protagonist is like a cat, so that's a lot of heavy CGI. That they're gonna have to do the whole time.
Yeah, but that's one character, and like we saw Chopper.
One character. There's a rat character.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of other bullshit.
A lot of that can be practical.
sorry.
I
Okay,
think a live action could go hard.
I think a live action would very not go hard, but they have one good thing in their resume, and that was the clown ice cream truck show.
Yeah, Twisted Metal.
Twisted Metal.
Which people like that
Twisted
show.
Which
Yeah.
Twisted Metal, I think, was received really well.
Yeah.
So Dungeon Crawler Carl is getting a live action series on Peacock. The actual like worst streaming service, unfortunately.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Dude, Peacock fucking sucks ass. Like the only reason Peacock exists is because they own The Office and Parks and Rec, and they're like,
Hard
people
carry.
will watch these forever, right?
They have nothing going on.
Dude, genuinely nothing going on. They had a series called AP Bio that actually got to like a 4th season. It was so well received that nobody wanted to watch it on Peacock, so they had to license it to Netflix.
Insane.
Yeah, like people wanted to watch it, and the best way for them to do it was to license it to it. That's how bad Peacock is, man. So that was a huge, like, big sad.
I mean, hey,
animation-wise,
this could be what starts them off because no one would have sung praises about Apple TV until they hit their like God stretch, and now they're like the best streaming service. So it could happen.
yeah, they come out. They release one thing a year, and it is really good. But they release one thing a year. You telling me Apple TV's catalog runs deep?
It runs the deepest. They have Shrinking, Severance, Pluribus.
Like I said, their shit's good, but they release one good thing a year.
But they have so many good shits that they're probably releasing like 3. You just you just don't hear about it. Joe will do the research as he does as you keep talking.
They do zero marketing. I will say that.
That's true.
They do zero in marketing. Like
that is
I didn't
facts.
realize, guys. I didn't realize this. There's a fucking Godzilla TV show on that system. Did you know that?
Is it the anime one?
Yeah, it's the Monarch one, and apparently it's really good.
I almost started watching that this last week.
And like I didn't know about it until I literally was like listening to a podcast. I forget what it was, and like Riot Russell and Kurt Russell are on it because they're both in it. And they're talking about it. I was like, are they talking about a fucking Godzilla TV show? What the fuck?
You're right. Okay, they have 9 things coming out this year. I'm sorry.
Woo!
So
That's pretty good. I hear Eternity's good.
Shrinking's
Like,
on my Shrinking and Silo are on my to watch list.
They have Ted Lasso season 4, which
Insane.
I am really not looking forward to.
Yeah, I'm not either.
I don't know. I feel like we can have more Ted Lasso.
I'm gonna watch it, but I am not looking forward to it.
Hey, tap the sign. Believe.
Yeah, sure. Anyway, what were we talking about? Dungeon Crawler Carl?
Something like that. Some bullshit.
So it's being released on Peacock. However, it is being produced by the legendary Seth MacFarlane.
Which is like, is he the guy for this? I don't know.
Okay, so I want to calm you down there, Willer. I will say the Orville, which is his like live action.
Say
Orville
less.
is great.
Say less. I
Yeah.
forgot about the he's into sci-fi shit. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
He
like
loves sci-fi.
Orville is very good. Like, yeah.
Okay. Cook. License to cook.
So this is a post from 27 days ago. So apparently this was announced at Emerald City Comic Con. This is a Reddit post. Why the Dungeon Crawler Carl TV series is live action and not animated, according to Matt Dinneman, even though his hardcore original fans wanted a cartoon.
Why do you say? I actually think this is better live action than animated. I think animated needs to be reserved for like Twig for like Worm or something like that. I feel like this can be done live action.
Yeah.
Let's see. I mean, we haven't gotten to that point yet. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, it's amazing. To answer the question, we talked about it, and I think if you poll a lot of the hardcore original fans, they said, would you rather have live action or animated? Most people said animated. But But if you poll the normies on the street, you'll get 80% saying they want live action. Which it's like...
His goal is to expand the brand, which I think there is a lot of... This is actually very normie bait. This is like The Boys before it went bad kind of humor. So I actually feel like he's really correct for that decision.
I mean, he needs to make his money. I get it. But at the same time, it's like...
Hopefully... they're watching One Piece and they're like,
I hope
like that.
I hope they make an animated for the live action One Piece thing. That'd be cool if they made like an animated for that.
Seth MacFarlane is like, honestly, I have not hated anything Seth MacFarlane's ever touched. Unfortunately, it's like the biggest flaw. But I looked at the writer for it, Joe, and do you know who that was? He writes like a lot of X-Men stuff.
Brian Singer?
Fuck. No,
What's
not
his name?
Brian Singer.
Wait,
no, it's not Brian Singer.
Wait, wasn't he canceled? I feel like a canceled guy is perfect for Dungeon Crawler Carl.
Let's get all of our canceled creators like Justin Roiland. Let's put them all in one show.
Oh my god. Put him on Kill Tony or something.
Chris Yost, known for his work on Thor Ragnarok and The Mandalorian.
Which seasons of The
Mandalorian?
Mandalorian?
That's important. Yeah.
He was on the original Mandalorian.
He's on the new Cowboy Bebop. That shit was ass, allegedly, from what I saw.
But one thing he has been a writer on was he's done a lot of animated Marvel shows.
Yeah, he does.
Okay, promising.
Was like always been prominent in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, writing an episode or two.
Which one? That anime one that everyone likes?
Like since like 2014.
I think people fuck with that one. That's the one where they JoJo pose for no reason. It actually is a little try hard, but
here is the troublesome thing. He did write the screenplay for Thor: Dark World.
But he also did it for Thor Ragnarok. So like,
I don't really like the. You know
he
what?
did redeem himself.
I don't like the writing for Ragnarok in the same way I don't like the writing for Dungeon Crawler Carl. So in that sense, he's perfect.
If the entire thing was Ragnarok coded, it would.
Yeah, I feel like that's a good tone.
Here's my concern though: is that's the tone they're gonna take, but they definitely needed that. Like, I wish they would have gotten like a British comedy writer for it. Like, I think that would have been fucking lit if they had like Simon Pegg or Nick Frost or somebody.
He's also writing the Avatar movie that's coming out.
Avatar content, aside from that fighting game, which is peak, has been on a tough streak lately.
This is an animated movie, so like.
So the thing about you're saying they should get a British writer for DCC. I don't think DCC humor is that like clever or wry. I think it's pretty blunt.
It isn't, and I think it should be.
I get like an adaptation's the time to like make some adjustments for the better. I think they're gonna the boys this shit and just be like, you won't believe how raunchy next season of Dungeon Crawler Call is. They fight they fight in trains. I don't know. Like,
they fight in trains.
Raunchy.
Anyway, if you can avert your attention to the screens here, you
here we go.
Created
I would like to say this podcast will have many visual elements, dear reader or listener.
This is my official tier list of the Dungeon Crawler Carl books. I know I think y'all have read The Butcher's Masquerade, right?
Bradley's only on 3.
Not I.
I got halfway through. I got to literally the start of the Masquerade, and then we started doing Twig.
No.
So it's a good leave-off point for me now. That's your favorite.
Man,
that's your top one.
Rereading it, man, this one was really good. I was like, you know what? This one hit. I think it's a good ride the whole time. Like, literally, they jump in and shit's already hit the fan. You start to see there are so many huge plot points in this book. Like, I think Matt Denneman was concerned about the longevity of the series of this book, so he just started pulling a lot of triggers. And it's worked off really well, in my opinion.
Well, now it's everywhere. Like you walk into an airport bookstore and they're like highlighting these books.
My boss is reading it. She's a 38-year-old woman.
Yeah.
Okay, you say that as like that's super old. Come on.
It's not, but like it's just like that's not who I would visualize
Oh,
reading Dungeon Crawler
the
Crawl.
girlies love Dungeon Crawler Crawl. Why? I have no earthly idea.
Because
it's like the circles.
This is a very interesting thing. Okay.
Okay, here we go.
I need you to listen to me. Okay.
I'm listening.
All right, Adam Sandler.
I rewatched Hunger Games recently,
Ooh, okay.
and we know the girlies love Hunger Games.
But that's
Yeah.
like that has the love triangle, has Katniss.
It has Josh Hutcherson.
There are so many beats.
Shh, keep it down, keep it down, keep
Similar
whispering.
shit in Dungeon Crawler Carl as the Hunger Games. Like it is. I was like, oh, it has that trope. It has that trope. It has.
I
that
was
trope,
not
it
wrong.
Has that trope.
I see it. I can see it just from you saying that.
Because I got that same vibe when I read the one book of Dungeon Crawler.
And I've always said this book reminds me of like this is Douglas Adams meets the Hunger Games. With like the weird, inane like it's like the D&D movie with a hint of Douglas Adams sci-fi and the Hunger Games, because anytime they talk about like Carl talks about the aliens, it's very like Douglas Adams point of view. Like there's a Circassian woman and she has like tentacles and he's just like, yeah, she spit a bunch of goop on my face. It fucking sucked. And I'm like, yeah, that's not, you know, or like elegant or anything, but it's very matter of fact point. Like Douglas Adams treats his aliens, you know. So I don't know.
I want to talk about your list for a sec.
Yeah, let's talk about the list.
Your last placed one is Gate of the Feral Gods. That's not correct. That's very wrong. Not only that, like to put it in D, even I that's pretty low for a DCC book, which is your favorite book series of all time at this point.
On reread, I almost skipped it.
This is easily better than 2, which I guess is your next, and 1. I don't think 1's very good.
I mean, 1 is what gets everybody in it, you know?
To be honest, I would also put 5 below Gate of the Feral Gods, and that's your top
Can we use
one.
the names of them? I don't know what any of these are.
So Butcher's Masquerade is Tyler's top 1. I would put it as 3rd, and
you hate Samantha. That's why.
No, I've grown to be quite fond of her actually. I'm gonna kill your mother. she's pretty alright.
Kill your mother.
I think Gate of the Feral Gods, if Butcher's Masquerade section isn't really good, I will probably drop the series. And it's not that like I haven't disliked Butcher's Masquerade, but it's really just like not growing past like the point that I thought it would, because I hear it gets so good, but it kind of just feels like Dungeon Crawler Carl still. So I don't know. I'm not that wowed by Butcher's Masquerade yet. I'm trying to think of what's happened in the book so far.
So
like Carl does like a lot of cool gameplay stuff. The actual best part, anytime they're not in the fucking dungeon crawl, the book's really good. I like the global politics are simple but fun. It's really fun to get into the politics.
This is the book they start to introduce a lot of the global politics in.
Yeah,
because
CrawlCon is excellent.
CrawlCon's great,
but then like anytime we
around the aliens are great.
The gameplay is just so whatever. Here's Dessing Tina, and the AI is like, she was the daughter of the guy who like killed the whole town or whatever. It's like, I don't fucking care. But then you have the scene of the vampire chick and the goat, and I'm like, that's pretty good. So like, I don't know. The books just keep ebbing and flow from like I do not give a shit to like I'm fairly engaged, and I just feel like my book backlog is getting really fat now.
Okay, imagine this. Okay, like imagine you go to Comic-Con and the president of Argentina is arguing with a Blizzard developer about Diablo, and then the president of Argentina goes into Diablo and gets killed.
What the fuck are we talking about?
Makes sense now, Willer.
That's what happens in the Butcher's Masquerade.
He's he's right. That's the plot. But like, I don't know what I was supposed to get out of that, but I got a good laugh, so I don't know. Yeah,
it's so crazy. Like, like Carl shows up and he's doing some terrorist shit because that's literally his class. His class is
compensated anarchist.
Compensated anarchist. So he like shows up to protests and and throws pipe bombs from both sides. That's his job. He kills like. There's a praying mantis race, and they're like imagine they have a country like the size of Argentina or something. I don't fucking know. Maybe UK.
They probably have they probably have a galactic quadrant, but we'll say it's the size of Argentina. Sure.
They're one of the main factions in Twilight Imperium, Joe. Okay, they're an OG faction for context.
Okay,
so
Argentina
at least Argentina size.
Okay.
So. They're praying mantises, so they have like thousands of daughters. And he's like, I killed one of them, and you're this upset? And she's like, yeah, I'm gonna sponsor a giant nuke and come in there and kill you. But the nuke is, about the squirrel? Dewata?
Dewata these nuts?
Hey!
Joe, literally, yes. That is literally the joke.
Joe, the joke is the praying mantis girl comes after Carl and he hits her with an arrow that gives her double gonorrhea. And the AI is like, if you think gonorrhea's bad, wait till you hear double gonorrhea. And then her genitals literally catch on fire and she's out of the story for like a good chunk of the book because she's trying to like fuck that away.
The reason that Carl has an arrow of double gonorrhea is because there's a guy who owned a convertible van, like a white van. He chopped the top off of. He started banging a changeling on the floor before, and he made the changeling transform into the Queen of Germany or the Queen of Russia. And then he banged her, and then now all of Russia wants to kill him by giving him double gonorrhea.
You're reading a Mad Lib.
He even changed his fucking country of origin.
I saw him erase it.
That's a different ruler. It's a different country.
Okay.
So because Russia wants to kill Louis, Carl ends up getting the double gonorrhea to give to the UK.
I'm so glad I didn't read book 2.
Book 2's ass, bro. The fact I read book 3. The thing is, book 3 fucks. It's so cool. I just don't have it in me for these ups and downs, man. Okay, but that's Tyler's favorite book. I see after that he has the first book, and then
pay no attention to the
ordering. Okay.
Yeah.
And then he has one I haven't read called The Inevitable Ruin in his S tier. This will probably be on the. I will try to make sure this part is like visualized.
Yeah. This is Avengers Endgame.
Is that book 7?
It's not Endgame. Sorry, it's just like the first Avengers book.
Is this 7?
Yeah.
And then Bedlam Bride must be 6. And that's in Tyler's A tier.
That's the one where they do Pokemon in Cuba.
And then we have my favorite book, the Anarchist Cookbook. This is the book that introduces the actual most interesting element of the entire story and world, and it's still used to this day.
What if I told you that's what The Inevitable Ruin's all about?
That's very cool. It's a shame that there's another fucking book in between then. These books ebb and flow from I did not like that very much to It's like the gif of the kid in the computer giving a thumbs up. That's me on the good books. And then we have Carl's Doomsday Scenario, which is the second book. I don't like this book. And then we have
I don't like that book either.
Then we have the fourth book in D tier, which is called the Gate of the Fair Gods. This one has this one has a lot of cool stuff. This one, you probably don't like the gameplay or whatever of this one.
I hate the floors. The bubbles are terrible.
Tyler really cares about the gimmick of the floors, and I think they're always
I do. It's what. Wheeler, if I shouldn't care about it, why is it in the book?
If it wasn't
Tyler does have a point.
Okay,
I will say
that. But here's my counter. If it wasn't in the book, I would care about it more. It's just a preference thing.
That one they're in bubbles, and like each bubble has 4 other bubbles, and it's like
This is kind of cool. They have to go to like a crystal palace made of like sand. They have to go into like This has the underwater fish section. It has like the flying bird. This actually out of the books with like action sequences, this is the best one. And Tyler's saying it's his least favorite.
It's
I don't know.
So chaotic, and they don't get to do anything. Like, yeah, it has the palace where like. I will say that's like a really cool Super Mario Sunshine like world where like they have this sandcastle, but they can only enter the sandcastle when it gets struck by lightning, and they have to like plug these cables.
But
into
also
it.
the
And
castle
then when it
has
gets
like
struck by lightning, it turns to glass.
And then the castle has like this living slime that they have to like find a way to get around without alerting it. I thought this was kind of fun.
Sand.
And then they find the sex doll head that's everyone's favorite character.
I don't know of anybody who's like, yeah, Samaith is my favorite.
Oh, that's gotta exist.
Samaith is the wild card, though. But it's alright. I don't know.
Anyways.
I don't like the Gate of the Feral Gods concept. I don't like it's Chekhov's gun. I hate.
The cool thing about the Gate of the Feral Gods is how it's used as a negotiation tactic in the next book, and I thought that was pretty cool. And then they reveal slowly throughout the book what they got from that negotiation, and I think that's a neat way to do the story.
I do like that. I do like that, but that's the Butcher's Masquerade, buddy, not Gate of the Feral Gods.
Yeah, but I'm just defending that plot element. Anyways, you have spent a lot of podcast time over the years talking about these books. That's the tier list.
Hey,
we did it.
You know, as long as we keep talking about Harry Potter, I think we got to keep talking about Dungeon Crawler Carl.
Don't worry, I have another whiteboard with Dungeon Crawler Carl on it. It's still permanent 0.
Tyler,
as well.
that is an excellent defense.
They're both getting live action remakes.
Hats off to you, my friend. You cooked. All right. Do you have anything else to say in this topic?
Blurp, blurp.
Blurp, blurp.
The next book comes out like 3 weeks before we fly to Rome for my wedding, and I get to listen to it. It's a good wedding gift. Thank you, Matt Denneman.
Thank you, Matt Denneman.
I told him to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Joe.
You're welcome.
All right. I played just a little bit of Pokopia. I haven't really had much time to put into it, so I'm gonna go quickly. I was talked into playing this game by a friend Gus. He was like, "Dude, you gotta check this shit out," and then he was showing me what it actually is. And then I just could not buy it. The thing about Pokopia is I don't think people like get what this game, what the goal is, or like what do y'all know about Pokopia?
Here's the thing. Like, the first trailers dropped, and I think the initial hype for this game I don't think was big enough, because based on the first trailer, you might have been led to believe, like, oh, this is like Cozy Farming Sim number 5000. It's like Animal Crossing, it just has Pokemon this time. But that's really not what it is. It feels way more expansive and sandbox.
You gotta make like biomes for your Pokemon.
Yes.
Yeah, what I know is you go into different biomes and you restore them for the Pokemon in that biome.
Yeah. That's why you gotta make this place humid.
Let's get it humid. You know.
You gotta make grass for Bulbasaur. You gotta make water for Kyogre. You know.
Yeah.
Like
So this game, yes, it is a habitat building simulator. That does not explain the depth of what that means, because you build a base habitat to attract a Pokemon. Okay, that Pokemon has wants and needs and quests it wants you to do. That Pokemon might want certain things in its habitat. It might want it more humid. It might want it more hot. It might want a place to sleep in. It might want some different toys. It might want this or that. It might want live next to this Pokemon. The thing that like makes this all work is that every single Pokemon has like a function that they can do.
Yeah.
Every single one. From like, I can chop wood and turn it into like processed lumber. I can go to buildings and start construction projects that take real life time to create. Gulpin is a walking storage box that you can have follow you. So you just have like an extra inventory slot that's called Gulpin. And I imagine Swalot is another storage box you get. You get stuff like, apparently Magnemite lets you move pieces of like move several pieces of things at once to do big construction projects. I saw someone recreate the entirety of X and Y's Lumino City. I saw a motherfucker created a maximum security prison where they located exactly one Mr. Mime that you have to like get through several layers of doors and traps to get to this highly trapped Mr. Mime who lives in jail for his crimes. You got stuff like Drifloon will take you to Dream Islands, which are like randomized locations that you can break down for things. Squirtle can do watery things, like Bulbasaur and Bellsprout can make plants sprout faster, but then Drillbur is the one that can pick those plants. So, to get anything done, to make these biomes, you might need to craft a certain item. Well, shit, this item needs clay. I need this Pokemon to process clay for me. That Pokemon wants this quest. This quest requires me to unlock this Pokemon. This Pokemon requires this biome. This biome needs X. And you just create this infinite loop of tasks. And what this game actually is like a top tier... Fishing. Yeah, Joe, we'll use your word. It is task simulator. And you have to do so much planning to like optimally find ways to get this done. And then that's not even on top of like, okay, if I create good roads, my Pokemon will travel further naturally and go hang out with other Pokemon and do tasks away from their house. So they would just do things for me if I plan my locations correctly. And that's like, okay, that's Biome 1. You unlock Biome 2, Pallet Town, and you have to recreate Pallet Town. Then you unlock Biome 3, Saffron City, and you have to recreate all of Saffron City. And like they cooked crazy hard with like the actual gameplay loop of this game. And this is just based off like what I played and what Gus showed me. So it's like there is so much you can do in this game. This is a fucking video game. This is not Animal Crossing. That's like a chill vibe simulator, and then you kind of just focus on like making like a pretty village. There are so many mechanics to this shit. There's like security cameras you can put down all over the place, and at any point check into that security camera, control it, just so you can get like a bird's eye view of like a certain location where your Pokemon live and see what they're up to, see if like the person you're looking for is there. And by unlocking more Pokemon, you're unlocking more quality of life features because of all their like abilities. So it's a cool way to like slowly and surely the game gets more and more quality of life features, and then you can start doing bigger and bigger projects. And I think that's pretty cool. However, my Switch is over there. I think I have like less than definitely less than 10, probably closer to like 6 hours in the game because Starforce Collection came out. And that's like all I've had time for, and I'm deeply addicted to that. But this is a really good game, and I really hope I get to go back and put some more time into it. But that's Pokopia. I actually like... Bradley, I'm surprised you haven't played this, because I think you would really like it. I know you've been watching some of it, but it also seems like... I don't know, you're an Animal Crossing guy, and I feel like you would like the Dragon Quest Builder Elements, which is the company that makes this game, is the Koei Tecmo, who makes like all the Warriors games and Dragon Quest Builders and whatnot. That company knows how to make some fucking gameplay. You want to talk about the opposite of Remedy? It is Koei Tecmo.
Yeah, I was about to say, this does seem much more Dragon Quest Builders than Animal Crossing.
I would say the only Animal Crossing elements is the fact that you can see Pikachu like do cute shit with Onix or whatever and take pictures of them. And like they have fun personalities for the Pokemon.
Dude, personalities are so much... Because like, I think I've been vocal about the fact I think personalities in Animal Crossing games have gotten worse and more watered down and less varied over time, to the point that New Horizons, despite I think being the best-selling one of all time, has, if you really, really pay attention, only 3 personalities.
Jeez.
I don't know. In this one, each Pokemon is kind of a joy to talk to. I'm like, damn, what are they going to say next?
Bulbasaur is such a fun guy. But then you have like... No, that would be a Mungus, you idiot. Alright. Anybody? Okay. I'm going to pass it over to... I guess we'll go Joe again. This is a Joe-heavy, Willer-heavy cast.
Yeah.
But Tyler's time will come. What are we doing? We're talking Scrub Revival.
No, I already talked about Scrubs earlier.
You talk about Scrubs. Did you talk? Oh, and just Scrubs in general. Yes, you did. All right, well, I'm passing the ball over to you again. You're talking about Hoppers and Project Hail Mary.
Let's start with Hoppers.
Please tell me this is good.
What is
I
Hoppers?
love this movie.
What
Hoppers
is
It's the Pixar.
It's a new
Oh.
Pixar movie. It is about a girl who wants to save basically this pond that her and her grandmother used to go to all the time, and she finds out that the college she goes to has developed the technology to like transfer your brain into like this robot beaver, and it's seamless with nature, and she can like run around nature and she can communicate with animals, kind of a thing.
The trailer for this looks terrible.
This movie is so fucking funny. I think this clears Zootopia by like 100 yards.
Right.
Man, good to hear.
Like Zootopia 2, I should say.
Yeah.
Like, I loved this movie. I thought that there comes a point in the movie where it goes actually insane. Like it's just like it's the amount of shit that happens is absolutely fucking crazy. Like it's absurd. This movie was so fun. I watched it with my entire family. We did a like family weekend for all of us basically. But we promised our mom we'd all come up for a 3-day weekend, whether we take time off or not. So this was like our Saturday like afternoon activities. We all went and saw this. My brother and I were howling the entire time we were watching this movie. Thought it was so fucking funny.
Badass. I mean, it's just good to hear. You can never 100% know with Disney and Pixar movies nowadays, which is sad to see. So whenever like they're a hit, I'm happy.
I like God. Bobby Moynihan plays this fucking King of Beaver. In the movie, he's so fun. He's like the chill dude who's just like, yeah, my dad, he kind of went around and started killing a bunch of people. I didn't really like that, so I left. And then he died. And then they came back. He's like, you have to come out of exile and go and get the kingdom back in order. It's like, yeah, okay, whatever. And he's giving you his entire backstory. You're like, what the fuck? It's like an actual like Game of Thrones season.
Bobby Moynihan.
Yes. And it's like it's so. And like, I don't know. I don't want to spoil a lot of it because it is just like a bunch of like, it's a lot of it's the jokes. But like, I think the story of the movie is not like the story of the movie reminds me a lot of Princess Mononoke, where the ultimate resolution of that movie is not like nature good. It's nature and human progression are going to happen. You have to figure out how to make it work. Like. It's like you have to find a balance between the two, which I think is like a lot better message than like to like in like a much more modern society. I would say.
Also, say it's not an angle that's taken super often in media, but it's probably a more like a more realistic take.
Yes, and like I think it does like a good job of explaining like here are all the evil things that like. So like the one of the characters is the mayor, and like the mayor is posed as like the big bad guy because he's making this overpass. And he's a bit of a scumbag because he like sets up these like speakers to scare off the animals, so the like animals leave the area. He can build his overpass, right? And like that is the main kind of conflict that like the girl is dealing with. But then like you go and like see the mayor, and everyone loves this guy because he's actively making his community better. And I think that's so much more interesting than he's just a bad guy going for money. Like he's actively like, hey, I'm making traffic better. Like I've made everyone's community better and just like kind of really like made sure the community is like well to put together. I just need to do this one last thing to make sure that like I have finished my project. And like that's a good villain because like he has like some sort of like motivation that's reasonable and understandable in this kind of environment. So I really appreciated the writing in that department. And as well as like the progression that our main character has to come to realize like, oh, like I can't just ignore human society because I'm part of it, right? And like you might think I am explaining like the entirety of the movie. I am not. There's so much more bullshit in this movie that is insane. I thought this movie was absolutely fantastic. I highly recommend this movie. Bradley, you should definitely go see it when you get the chance.
I don't know if we have time. Maybe, if it's not too late, it'd be cool to do a double feature with Mario.
It would be very interesting to see. Okay. Then, this past weekend, I watched Project Hail Mary. Have any of y'all seen Project? Did any of y'all watch it? Did any of y'all read the book?
I was highly recommended by some of our mutuals to read the book. So it's been sitting in my. I bought it. It's been sitting in my backlog for years, and now I'm caught in a weird spot with it.
So,
I'll read it before I watch it.
Have y'all ever?
Sorry, what was that, Bradley? I should read it before watching it.
I doubt I'll read it before I watch it, since the movie is already been popped off.
That's what I'm feeling too. I think I'm gonna have to cave.
So, I don't know if y'all have ever experienced this. I sat down in the movie and I got out of it. I was like, I am 90% sure someone in this theater has been inspired to be a scientist, to become an astronaut, to become someone in a scientific field. This movie is 10 out of 10. I love this movie. This is a movie that everyone should go watch.
I've got a lot of 10 out of 10s for this one.
Yeah,
it's
good podcast.
I went into it thinking it was gonna be very good. I really liked The Martian. I listened to the audiobook for that one. I really liked it, and I always was hemming or hawing to read this book. But I'm so glad I watched the movie. I went in kind of pretty much blind, and man, this movie is so great. Ryan Gosling is just a phenomenal both character actor and comedy actor. He is so good at what he does.
He's phenomenal. If I can glaze Ryan Gosling for a second, he's just been in so much shit. He is one of our still modern superstar actors.
Yeah. He's there's so many movies that he has been in that I've loved. So Project Hail Mary, Barbie, The Nice Guys, which is one of my favorite movies of all time.
He's really good in that.
Yeah, the Crazy Stupid Love fucking kills me in Crazy Stupid Love. He's so fucking funny. And he's like that, and he is playing kind of he's like a little bit of an awkward guy in this movie. I say a little bit. He's a very awkward guy in this movie. He's basically a high school a guy with a PhD that teaches high school classes because that's what he does, right?
But he's
man,
so dreamy.
He is. But he this movie gets you excited for science and the possibility of what humanity can do to with the technology and how it can better itself. And I think it's so good, and the idea of it's a 1 in a million chance, but you have to take the 1 in a million chance, right? It's an absolutely phenomenal movie. It's shot gorgeously. I honestly recommend you go see this on the biggest screen you can. There are just some absolutely jaw-dropping shots in this movie, space-wise and just in general. His co-star is incredibly funny as well. Do y'all know who the co-star is in this movie?
No.
Okay. I would highly recommend you do not find that out.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I'm going to say.
It's going to be in a fucking Reddit, YouTube thumbnail somewhere.
It's already out there, so I would highly recommend
now they know that we talked about it because they're listening, so it's going to be in my algorithm.
So I apologize for that, but
yeah.
But Ryan Gosling's co-star that he is playing against is incredible. I teared up multiple times during this movie over both Ryan Gosling and other characters here, and it's just it's incredibly great. Like I said before, 10 out of 10. Everyone should go see this movie.
I'll try to watch it this week or something.
Yeah. Anyways, those are the movies that I watched. But yeah.
Cool. Man, I'm really excited. I hear nothing but such good things for that movie, so I'm pretty excited for it. Ooh, Bradley, it is our time. You finished Expedition 33, Act 1, and we are, I would say, a third way into Act 2. Okay. Everything okay?
Yeah, I dropped a paint stand by accident.
And yeah, what are your thoughts on that portion? I think we can go full spoilers here because I think everyone here has gotten at least as far as we have. if I'm not mistaken.
I
Did you
think so.
Did you unlock the last party member? And you would know if you did because you get a trophy for it.
I think so. Do him and a main character have a conversation that's like really quick back and forth? That's
Yes,
kind of funny.
that
okay.
killed Bradley. Yeah.
Yes.
That was hilarious.
There's going to be a lot of fighting. Yes, there will.
Yep. Yes,
Okay.
I am there.
Cool. All right.
No, the game's pretty fucking phenomenal. Like, in just about every category. I mean, the story, I feel like they do a really good job of, like, they're drip feeding lore at just the proper pace, I think, where it's like, I get to live in the world for a little bit, and then there will be some bombshell. Or I get to live in the world for a little bit, and they'll reveal something huge about this land we're on. Or we'll live in the world for a little bit, and then we'll meet a new character who knows a lot of shit. And so, I don't know, I kind of like the pacing that it's going through. And me and Willow were even talking about this, where, like, this game's probably phenomenal on a New Game Plus because, like, realistically, probably half the time we're playing is actually, like,
Exploring.
doing combat and cutscenes, and then the other half is, just exploring the area. So when you already have everything, like, and you can just run through and do all the best hits, it's probably amazing. But, man, I really just love the combat system in this game because, like, I don't know, each character has multiple different, like, philosophies you can build them around, where, I don't know, last time we were like, okay, this character, you can do a basic attack build where he's getting to basic attack a bunch of times per turn, and those basic attacks are all enhanced and healing you. Or you can go for this other build where it's like you keep yourself permanently in 1 health and you just spam this one skill every turn. Or you don't even have to do that. You can, like, build this person as, like, a medic in a weird way where they can, like, take everyone's status effects onto themselves and then heal themselves. So, like, I don't know, the freedom you have in this game is really cool.
I had one moment of, like, strong backseating where when Bradley unlocked swimming, I said, Bradley, you need to go exactly to this island. This island has monsters you cannot beat. However, if you run past them, they're looking at a certain picto. If you get that picto, it is going to completely change how you play the game. And we got that picto, and that shit has unlocked just brand new builds for Bradley. And I think that's been, like, really fun to see him experiment with that.
But like Willer said, I know, like, while the gameplay in this game is, like, it's amazing for me. I'm really here for the plot. And so, like Willer said, like, this game can't truly be discussed until you've reached the ending. So, like, I'm really excited to get there.
It's but I will say Bradley's been picking up on some cool stuff. He's like, because there's a lot of cryptic conversations that only I have the context for, and even with the context, you can tell the writers are being very cheeky with how they're writing these conversations. So it's impossible to know what they're talking about. But I will give Bradley props for picking up on a lot of stuff. I also shout out that, like, at the end of our most recent section, we had a very long bonfire section where, like, there was just, like, every character had a new social link, little progression moment, and then there was, like, a bunch of, like, just different campfire talk sequences, and I thought there was, like, a lot of good character stuff there, too. Stuff that I forgot, actually, that they talk about. Also say, watching Bradley's strategies has been fun. So in Act 1, it was the Mael show, because I made sure Bradley got, like, this, it's not a missable weapon for Mael, you can get it later, but if you get it early, you get to do some insane shit with her. So I was like, Bradley, you should probably pick this for that. And then he got it, and then she was, like, crushing it. In Act 2, she's kind of been benched as he's, like, experimenting with the other characters, and then characters like CL get to become, like, this Swiss Army knife. But I would say Bradley's main squeeze is Verso. You have been putting a lot of time and thought into how you build Verso, and I think that's been pretty fun.
Oh, he's so cool, but... Well, no, not even. I was about to say he's so cool, but he's not Gustav, and I was like, no, I could just drop that second half. They're both just goats in their own right. I love them both.
Yeah, now that... So, again, full story spoilers for those acts. As I said at the start of this, ever since our first play session, Bradley, like, obviously fell in love with Gustav. Bradley has the choice to play as, like, a hot floating barefoot woman and, like, a cute spunky child, and then like another cool woman with a nice ass, and he plays Gustav the entire Act 1.
That's what amazed me. Every game ever, I always play as
Gunnar
a hot
bait.
chick. I can. Gustav was like the one time I was like, this guy is so fucking cool. I'm actually gonna be the dude.
So we're going through Act 1, and he's like, and I'm like, oh, Bradley, you're gonna like try out different party members? He's like, yeah, I'll try them out. But the one constant is Gustav cannot leave the party. He never took him off the party once. He's like, and I'm feeding into it. I'm like, oh yeah, you're gonna love it when Gustav starts unlocking weapons with abilities and stuff. When you unlock those hidden abilities in his skill tree. So of course I gotta feed into it a little bit.
Yeah.
And then the thing happens where he dies, and it wasn't until like about like 30 minutes to an hour into our next play session where Bradley goes, man, Gustav's fucking dead. Like, it started like actually dawning on him that the character is just gone now.
It's like him and Ace when he was like in the car. He's just like,
yeah, I forgot. Yeah. Also, like, okay, Joe, chill over there.
yeah. Oh shit. Yeah.
But yeah. Well, yeah, Bradley, tell us about your grieving process, losing your main squeeze, the hottest boy.
Yeah.
I couldn't even accept it for like a little bit after because I was like, "There's no way this is permanent, right?" But I don't know. I've fully accepted my loss now.
Yeah, because now, guess what? Verso is the character that cannot leave the party no matter what. So right at the end there, we unlocked Monaco, who is the blue mage. Historically, my favorite class in RPGs. Which, Bradley, have you played any since then? I was like, that was a good time for you to go off on your own and go collect skills for Monaco if you want.
I haven't. The world is very open now.
Yeah. We're about to enter, so this is like a setup. And this is probably, I think, where Joe stopped. I don't know where Tyler is. But we're about to enter a section. So we did the battlefield, unlocked Monaco. Now they're going to prompt us to go to 2, like, big dungeons. Well, actually, first you go to 1 big dungeon. And they're like, okay, you have a choice of 2 big dungeons. And after those 2 big dungeons, you get to do the last section of Act 2, if I remember correctly. And then we get to start talking about the game for real.
Oh, yeah.
So we're almost there, but that's probably going to take us another 3 sessions at least. But I will say also, those big dungeons you could play on your own, but save the ending of them for me. Which actually that... I think you can also ping pong through them. You could like progress to the final flag of one dungeon and then go play through the other dungeon and then do the bosses back to back. I think you're allowed to break it up that way if you want to do some stuff on your own.
Big open area with a bunch of findables, but then it's like go to the progress direction to get your cutscene.
Yeah, I think it becomes pretty obvious in those dungeons when you're about to fight the big bosses in them.
It does. Yeah.
It's like a bridge or like that area's lit up weird.
Yeah. I have like one of those bosses left to fight. I basically.
Did you go the feminine boss first, Joe, or the one with the
mask?
other
one?
Okay,
the mask first. That one I figured out the gimmick immediately, and so it was not that difficult.
Yeah.
But I did like that boss.
I also say Bradley got his ass kicked by the first boss in the game. He did. You have not struggled the last session. You were doing really well. You fight a boss called Duelist, who is straight up out of Elden Ring, and he can be pretty tough at that point of the game. And I think Bradley beat him either first or second try, which I thought was pretty impressive.
Second try. I thought it was going to be way worse than that.
You kind of locked in for that one, but also like part of it is that like he has been putting a lot of thought into his builds. He recently unlocked like a new weapon for Lune, and then he's like, I'm gonna take this to respec. Because it's a weapon that like buffs fire damage and reduces the AP cost of fire attacks. And it's our first weapon with 2 passives already unlocked in them. And then he just like completely refigured her. He had not put a single point into the fire tree. So now he has like just a brand new character than the one he's been playing with this entire time. Because she was kind of struggling in the last session. She was low-key, she was doing nothing, Bradley. I was like...
Everyone else was hitting the damage cap.
Yeah, I was like, maybe put my L in. You're like, no, like she's doing stuff. I'm like, no, she's not. She's setting fire that's doing 200 damage per turn, and that's it.
Yeah, but after 100 turns, she'll catch up to what Verso does in one turn.
It's pretty great. Pretty great. All right. Anything else for this portion of Expedition, Bradley? We met Skii.
Of course, Skii.
Oh my god.
Bradley.
He's my actual favorite.
He's a big fan. Any other? Bradley was theorizing about the old man called Renor.
Yeah.
That's one of the best
Played
characters.
by Andy Serkis.
Yes, he is. I don't know if I mentioned that, but he is. Fun fact.
Yep.
Oh, so much still shrouded in mystery. I'm sure I'll have much more to say as we progress.
Perhaps. We'll leave it there. We will come back to this with more Act 2 and eventually the long-awaited Act 3 progress. And then that's when Joe will also be like, okay, I'll catch up now. And then I'll have multiple friends to talk with. Because I've been sitting on this for a while. Okay.
Yeah. I gotta reduce my spending because of my car stuff that we were discussing earlier. So I'm probably going to go back and play a bunch of games I've...
Okay, yeah, I can't be getting anything new.
Yeah.
Rough. But that's what the backlog is for. It's always there for you.
True.
It's like
It was an
Whataburger.
investment somehow.
Somehow, some way. I believe this is a Tyler topic coming up. Planet of the Apes, and then Zootopia. That's the furry block.
The big old fur block, eh?
Mm.
Yeah. So let's start with Zootopia 2. Joe? Not. It's all right.
I think Zootopia 2 is fine. I think there's some really funny. I think there's some really funny jokes. I think like the plot itself doesn't land as well for me as Zootopia 1. I also feel like I have a nitpick of like they're like it's been a week since our last big case being like the first movie. I'm like y'all couldn't say a year and actually develop this kind of like understandable like angstiness. Yeah. So yeah, I think the movie is fine. I think a lot of people have really liked it, but I don't know, man. Hoppers is like really fucking funny.
No, I'm very excited for Hoppers. So much so that I started a torrent for it while you were talking about it.
Oh, good. I'm glad you and Kelly will watch that in bed tonight.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be great. Let's see what else. Yeah, that was fine. It's really not much to write home about. It's genuinely fine, just fine. It could have been in the quickies actually. I think I talked about some of my quickies more than I'll talk about this. But then I watched Planet of the Apes. Is it 1968 or 1971?
You tell us, boss.
I
I do not know ball.
It's not the 2001, is it?
No.
Is it the theater adaptation?
It's 1968. I was right.
Okay.
It's
Nice.
a 1968 one. It's got a banger of a poster.
Dr. Zaius in it.
Dr. Zaius in it.
Dr. Zaius.
Okay, so I only know that from The Simpsons. What the fuck are they talking about?
That's the name of like the antagonist in the movie.
But why are they singing it like that?
What do you mean? That it's a musical.
Ah,
Do you not know what the setup of that joke is?
I get it now.
Okay.
It's okay,
alright.
Joe. I'm gonna rewatch season 7 this month
Yeah.
for Versus Wolves.
God. Anyways.
Yeah, dude. Like, I watched it, and that was okay for the time. Obviously, it's like we're gonna talk about it in terms of when it came out.
Yeah.
That was good. I get it, man.
Yeah.
I think Planet of the Apes
Yeah.
1, the original, is still pretty solid in like its messaging. It's just as old.
It is solid. Yeah, it's obviously old, but it's like maybe it's the constant abuse of CGI and like Marvel movies I've been watching, but like
Yeah.
seeing people in the monkey costumes act,
They're pretty good. Like
good.
yeah, like it's like shockingly, it's believable that like that's what a chimpanzee would evolve into, kind of a thing.
Willer, do you know like everybody in this show is like in costume and stuff?
I mean, it's 1968, so I imagine like there's no other choice.
Yeah, but you should watch clips. Like the way that their mouths move and everything is really impressive.
Send me some good YouTube shorts of which to experience this media, please.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, no, I enjoyed it. I had a good time watching it. And I just it was very nice.
Is this going to build into you watching the modern trilogy? Because those are very actually.
So that's the point. Is I saw Rise of the Planet of the Apes. I saw Dawn of the Planet of the Apes.
And then Kingdom.
I was in another country for War of the Planet of the Apes, and I couldn't find it in English. So I've got War and Kingdom still to watch, so I'm very excited. But right now, I'm halfway through Beneath Planet of the Apes. I see why people don't like this movie. This movie's an odd one. It does advance the plot a little bit, but the first 40 minutes of the movie are just the middle 40 minutes of the other movie, the first movie. It's fine. So if you don't know, Willard, they blew it up. Do you know what that means?
Yes, I do. Those bastards, they blew it up.
They blew it all up. Okay. So they're in a time warp. They went into the future, and so somehow they managed to do it again, and they send someone to look for Taylor from the first movie. I'm enjoying this a lot, and I think it's going to be very fun to go watch the 2001. That was made by Tim Burton. That's crazy.
That's the only one I watched as a kid. That was weird.
Yeah.
That one has a wild ending. Do you know what it ends on?
Okay, so yes, but no. It's been probably 30 years, 15 years since I watched it.
I'll let you. I'll wait for
you to
you.
Get back to it again.
I'll wait for you to send me the screen cap because you're going to take a picture of.
That's funny.
But yeah, I'm enjoying it, and it's very interesting to see how, in these first two movies were very human focused,
Mm-hmm.
And it's this is what we're getting to, and then I think the third one is about the apes, right?
They haven't been about the apes yet?
No. It's about the apes. Well, the first two movies are about the humans in the apes world. The apes are very much
The first two are an isekai.
Yeah. The first two are an isekai. But then the third one, I think, is going to start being oh, there's no humans left. It's just the apes. It's imagine the humans reverse isekai themselves and the camera just left on the isekai part.
You need to learn words. I'm gonna reverse isekai myself if you keep talking like that.
Kikimasu onegai shimasu.
Oh, hi.
But yeah, so I'm excited to go back into Rise of the Planet of the Apes. Crazy to remember that Dave Franco is in the reboot series.
Yes, he's the main character.
Always blows
the first movie.
Mind.
Yeah.
Blows my mind.
Dave Franco is currently canceled. Is that?
Yes.
Okay. What tier cancel are we talking about?
He was
let's power scale cancellations.
Wait. Are we talking about Dave Franco or James Franco?
James. Dave's cool.
James.
He was cool.
I think I said Dave.
Yeah.
Dave's married to Alison Brie, so I'm most jealous of him in the planet.
James Franco, I think, was in the top 10 invites to the P. Diddy parties.
He's canceled, which sucks. 'Cause he's so funny, but
no.
They also
every P. Diddy party bad? Is that a fact? I don't know. We gotta. Fuck! No.
Yeah.
Don't tell me this.
I'm just saying that. I don't know why he's canceled.
Oh.
I
this
know
is slander.
He had sexual misconduct allegations.
With multiple
all right, keep it light. Okay, all right.
At his
Yeah.
deep. This is the expose docu-series.
As Greg Davis would say, keep it light. Keep it light.
He's not in the documents, but they still canceled him for the same thing.
That's a bad. Okay, that's less
It's in
fun.
Franco files.
Yeah, he's in the Franco files.
More like the Freako
files.
files.
They kind of proved that Dave Franco is just the same thing as James Franco.
They did though. They just replaced the motherfucker
They pay him less.
That's crazy.
They're like, hey, y'all remember when James Franco was funny like 10 years ago? And they are like, yeah. And then they just turn around and there's a time traveler version of him.
What? So I watched the studio, right? I talked about it like 2 or 3 podcasts. Yeah. Did you end up watching the studio after?
No, I don't think that's something that would be
Dave Franco's in that TV show playing the James Franco best friend role. So it's like,
yeah, that's what I'm aware of.
That's really funny.
Crazy. He's crazy. He's really good.
Joe, who's the character? Who's the woman?
Amadeus.
They just have a woman actor. It's Nova. Nova.
Yeah.
So Nova's apparently in the 3rd remake movie. Is that who that is supposed to be? Because I got spoiled a little bit.
Is Nova's the actual human, not the monkey.
Nova's
okay.
the human. So
I have not watched the 3rd remake. The 3rd.
Ooh,
movie.
Joe.
Yeah.
Wait, we're gonna catch up together?
Yeah. I watched the first 2 like 1 or 2 years ago. I watched the second one because the second one was like fucking phenomenal. It's like crazy good.
Yeah, dude, the second one's so good.
Anyway,
it's good. I'm
the
very
second of
excited
the
to
new
go back and
ones?
see-
yeah, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes.
Yeah. That movie fucks.
Dawn of the- like, if that movie is isolated in itself,
Yeah,
it's just a good movie. Like, you could not have to see the first movie.
That's a very low key trilogy. Like, you don't hear people talking about that
But,
trilogy a lot.
it's good.
Yeah, like the first one's like really solid.
Yeah, solid.
And,
and then the 3rd one's like not as good as 2, but it's still really good.
Yeah.
Did any of y'all see the 4th one?
I didn't know there was a 4th one, high key.
I wanted to see it because I finished watching the second one when the trailer came out, and then I just never got around to watching the 3rd. Yeah.
So that's what I'm doing now. I'm excited. I would recommend Bradley to watch the first one. I think you would enjoy it. But it's very nice to go back and see. Like, I like sci-fi stuff, but I like middle tier. Like, I don't like.
Do you like B movies?
I like sci-fi. I love it. You talking Pitch Dark.
Yep.
AVP.
Yep.
You know, like not even the like mainline series. Like, I love AVP. Riddick. Dark.
Oh, Riddick is sick.
Dude, Riddick's so sick.
Yeah. Fucking
Dark
Pitch
World, you know?
Pitch Black. Pitch Black is so good.
I saw Pitch Black before I saw Riddick movies, and so like Riddick was always
the first Riddick movie, but yeah.
Oh, sorry, not Dark World, Underworld.
Oh, okay.
Vampires and
The
everything.
vampire, bad Mila Djokovic.
Oh yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
I am thoroughly entertained by the Resident Evil movies.
Dude, Tyler, you need to play the modern Resident Evils. We were talking about this the other day.
We were talking about it the other day. They're on sale, man.
I need to hear you have like bad, angry takes about games that I think are really good. just to feel something, man.
Willer, I like Resident Evil a whole lot.
I want to believe. I can't believe you're gonna like anything I like because I've been hurt so many times.
Here's what I like about Resident Evil. I've only played 2 Resident Evil games. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I have played 4.
Okay.
Original, one of the greatest games of all time, allegedly.
Yep.
And I have played 5.
And one of the most unique co-op games.
I love 5.
Joe, would you play 5 with me?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, because I want to play them all in order.
It's a day.
Can I played 6?
Yes, you should skip 6.
You skip 6. I did not play 6. So I played the entirety of 5 with my cousin in co-op because he was visiting me for a month, and we got it from Blockbuster, which is an old ass sentence I just said.
I mean, that is literally the time.
Yeah, and we're like, let's play it together. It was my first ever Resident Evil game. Was 5.
That's so sick.
Yeah, and we got to play.
That might have been where I got it. You know.
5 is fun when you have a buddy to play it with. It's a lot of fun.
I think I played 5, and I also played at that time like Army of 2, which is also a
what a poll, deep poll.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's Planet of the Apes. We ended up talking about Army of Two.
I enjoyed talking with you lads a lot. When you guys went, yo,
Yeah.
Riddick, I was like, this is good.
You know, no one talks about Pitch Black. Pitch Black is like a phenomenal action horror movie.
It is one of my favorite movies of all time.
It's really good.
All right, let's
It's
get
a
it.
great.
Let's
sorry,
get it. I need to
move
kill
on.
the vibes. I need a. This is very serious time now.
Oh man, I forgot Pete Davidson in that movie. Keith
Pete Davidson.
David.
Oh, okay.
Keith David.
Oh, okay.
Keith David's a legendary actor.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, okay, I want to talk about Union Arena. However, I must also kill the vibe. So you guys should look at my share screen because this is important.
Yeah.
I've started a new era of the Roundabout cast, 104 episodes in. Welcome to the PowerPoint era. I am so
Yay.
sorry, but I was like, how do I talk about this game? Because the things I want to talk about require context, and all the context requires visuals. So it's
Yeah.
like, I think the fastest way I can do this is actually with a PowerPoint presentation. So will you gentlemen indulge me in a quick little quick little demonstration of what Union Arena is so I can talk about...
There's 50 slides in this.
Okay, alright. Let's start the Prezi. Alright, let's compare Union Arena, the card game I've been playing, versus the Big Four. And we have the Big Four here. Bonus point if you see the theming with the images there.
Dragon!
So originally this was so I had these two cards, and then I had like a Luffy card obviously, and then I had Walking Wake, which is a water dragon type, and I was like, wait, that's 3 dragons. Why don't I just make them obviously all dragons? So anyways, we got I think in order of popularity, if I'm not mistaken, it goes Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, and One Piece is the current card game Big Four.
I think Pokemon's actually bigger than...
It goes Magic, Pokemon, and
One
then
Piece,
depending
Yu-Gi-Oh?
and then I think Yu-Gi-Oh is still bigger than One Piece, but that's only because Bandai has a longer tradition of doing tournament formats than One Piece. One Piece, after 3 years, still doesn't know how to make tournaments.
The point is, this is like One Piece is battling it out with the Big Four, and then this is another Bandai game, which is the same company that makes One Piece. So I wanted to compare Union Arena versus the Big Four just to get its like weaknesses out of the way real quick. So I think it scores low in card art. And part of that is, like, a lot of the it's the worst, actually. A lot of the cards are just anime screenshots.
God.
Quickly,
Awful.
let me explain what Union Arena is. It is a crossover card game with a bunch of anime and video games, and also tokusatsu series, and live-action series, and they've gone places that I didn't know they went to. But mostly, it's anime. So, in card art, it's the worst, because usually it's screenshots. It has no good online playability. It does have a sim, but it's semi-manual. Meanwhile, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has good-ass video games. Pokemon has TCG Pocket. And we are blessed with the One Piece sim that is free and updated and fully automated with a rank ladder and matchmaking and everything you could want.
Kind of fucking crazy, honestly.
It wasn't until I got into Union Arena that I realized how insane Batsu is at supporting an entire community. Actually, we have 2 good sims now. There's now Project Raftel, which is an online client One Piece sim that is also fully automated and up to date. So there is an automated Union Arena sim. That thing is a drop project. It's by the guy that's working on the Gundam sim, and you can tell he is never going to update the Union Arena one again. So we play on either tabletop or the semi-manual or through webcams. Competitive and sweatiness, I'd say it's tied last with Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Maybe? Pokemon to me is jokes. I would never compete in Pokemon. It's like... It's so goofy. And the big reason why I'm like, don't take Union Arena too seriously is because there's 2 big sources of RNG. And in game design, I would put it 3rd. because of those RNG elements, sometimes you can be like, I just got fucked this game. But also that can make it more like a fun, casual experience. And I think the things they excel at in the game design, which is some of the card design, is pretty good. But I would definitely put it below, probably, I don't know much about Magic, but I think it's pretty safe to put Magic above it. And definitely One Piece. I think One Piece is like really strong in design in particular. Okay, Mixed releases. This year they're releasing monthly, but they're also skipping a bunch of Asia sets to do that.
What the fuck?
So we have a new set every fucking month this year, but we have skipped so many Asian sets.
Are they doing that to like catch up? Is that like the thought process?
I don't know what the goal is, man, because if they're trying to globalize it, I think part of it is like they're trying to keep the game alive, so the more fun sets are now like currently a thing. I just heard Tyler smacking his cat's ass because I know that's what he just did. And then there's a lot of IPs that are probably going to be Asia only forever. We have no real way of knowing. If they want to globalize the game, though, they're going to have to figure some way to release them.
This reminds
Asia only ones.
We're going to get to that. That's a slide.
Okay.
Well, also, it's only we think it might be Asia only. We have no idea. Like, they could eventually release them all. Or some of them, I think some of them are too legally complicated to ever make it to the West. Sometimes it's underprinted. If your IP is like old, you might have to wait a little bit to get a new set for it. If ever, I think there's some IPs that are only ever going to get one set. The bright side of that is I think the power creep in this game is less than a lot of other games. There's always going to be some as they start designing cards a little more utility. But I've been able to beat top tiers like modern, like the last release set was solo leveling, and the oldest set is Hunter x Hunter, and I've managed to beat solo leveling with like bad Hunter x Hunter decks. So that the power level gets balanced out a lot. Now, it scores well in affordability. It's only Pokemon is less than it. It's better. It's cheaper than everything else. I also found out. I did actually like research this. I asked around on the Discords. Pokemon decks that win tournaments are pretty affordable. Fun fact. You always
You know why? You know why, right?
I don't.
So Pokemon decks that usually win large tournaments, like Worlds, they end up taking those decks that those players make and turn them into structure decks.
So sick. That makes so much. Because I was looking, I went and looked at it. And I was like, wait, the winner decks cost $50 to $60. That's crazy for like the top one deck of a format.
Yeah.
So in UA, there are several decks that are like $11 to $30. This is a problem because I would look at these in a very good website we have for Union Arena called Xburst that just lets you look at decks that people submit, and then you could just press one button and buy them all. So when I see a deck that's $11 and I'm like, I could force Joe to play this deck one day. Yeah, I'm gonna buy it. And then 40 to 65 for mid to low high tier decks. This is a good place to be. And then 80 to 150 top meta, with 120 and above being only brand new sets. So when a brand new set comes out, it gets scalped. So Kagurabachi came out 2 sets ago, and I got into Kagurabachi to be able to play it in this game. Just so happens that now I really like Kagurabachi, so that's fun. So those decks, and I've been noticing those cards are already going down. As soon as the next set comes out, you can start buying the set before that, is how I would say it. And then there's Green Bleach, which is the first deck I ever got interested in playing, and is by far the most expensive deck. It's more expensive than like any One Piece deck. It's insane.
Is it the best deck, or is it just what the fuck?
It's not the best deck. It's good. It's like tier 1 or 2. The problem with it is that so many of the good cards in Green Bleach came out in a binder like collection that got hella scalped. However, it's very likely that when Bleach gets Volume 3, they're going to reprint those cards in that volume. So one day, Green Bleach will be affordable again. I currently have a budget Green Bleach deck.
Make Green Bleach affordable again.
That's what we're going for. Pick up and play, it might be top 1, just because, like, part of that is that the IP, and you can just give someone a deck, and, like, that deck is constructed forever. Like, when One Piece releases cards, I need to go update my decks to keep them going. When you make a Union Arena deck, because you can't mix IPs in this game, that deck is, like, complete. It's structurally complete. You won't have to touch it ever again until the next volume for that comes out. And that volume might not even directly buff that deck, and that's fine. It feels like when a new set in Union Arena comes out, it feels like a new fighting game character just dropped, and like that's like its own little thing. IP, I'd say overall it beats One Piece and Pokemon. Funny enough, 2 of my favorite IPs of all time. It's just that Union Arena has so many IPs that, like, by default, I think it's gonna appeal to everyone. And I'm a slut for crossover games, which, as I was playing this, I was reflecting on that. It's like, I love those jump crossover games. I love Smash Brothers. And then I thought, wait, the video game I'm making is that passion distilled into a video game. It's. I haven't talked about it.
I could have told you that.
Yeah, but like I haven't reflected on how much I like crossover shit until I started playing Union Arena. But here's why I made this PowerPoint, and it's this last bullet point. The power fantasy and theming of Union Arena beats all 4 of the big 4 by a lot. Like, by quite a bit. They cooked so hard with the thematics and power fantasy of how these decks function, but I think to explain that, I kind of have to explain what Union Arena even is. So Tyler knows this because I've sat him down and forced him to play, but you guys may not. So real quick, what the fuck is this game? I'm going to talk about it from a One Piece perspective, because that's what you guys know. So, 50 card deck, you have 7 life, you die on the last life taken, so it's not like One Piece where there's just shields.
Yeah.
No leaders, you focus on comboing into 1 to 3 raid cards, which are your boss cards, which I think is what most card games are like. 5 colors, not every color is in an IP, and your IPs cannot mix. The big difference is it's not focused on creature battle. You always attack life directly, but everything is a blocker. So the game is built around the value you get out of blocking or not blocking attacks, or like if a character has enough attack, they can free block, like in One Piece. But it's not a creature battling game, which I tend to like that aspect of One Piece's design, like how you can focus on either board or life, and it's all viable. And there's multiple resources, which is confusing at first. There's energy and action points, which I'll talk about now. So you get 3 action points, and here's the playing field. They go back here. You spend 1 to play a card usually. Some cards require you to spend 2. First player goes 1, 2, 3. Player 2 goes 2, 2, 3. And then you both just keep playing with 3 for the rest of the game. The energy line. You play up to 4 cards here, and they generate energy. And then the front line are the cards that can attack and block. You can play a card to the energy or front line at any point, but they always come in rested.
Yeah.
And the big difference is at the end and start of your turn, you set everything active. So, like, yeah, I can play something resting on my turn. It won't be able to attack that turn, but it will immediately become a blocker the next turn. All right. So the phases are draw, move, main, and battle, and you have to play in the phases. It's not like One Piece where it's free form. In the movement phase, you can move from the energy line to the front line. You cannot move backwards unless you have the step keyword. You do all of your main, which is like setting up your plays, removing stuff from their field, buffing up your dudes, and then all you do is attack. Swing directly into life, and the opponent gets to choose if they block. By the way, every anime screenshot here is an IP in Union Arena from this point on, so that's pretty fun. Swing into life, the opponent blocks, and you have to dodge those triggers, motherfucker. Good luck. That's the game. We'll talk about triggers later. And then equal BP, the attacker wins, like in One Piece.
Yeah.
So what's the depth there? You have to do hand management. Do you do your big combos early? Do you save them? When you're searching and discarding, you have to structure your hand such that you have a backup combo. Because if your combo gets blown up by opponent effects or removals or whatever, if you don't have a backup, you will probably end up losing. Which also means you have to plan turns ahead, because you have to know when to like move stuff out of your energy line, because by doing that, you need to make sure your turn can still work, because you've now reduced your resources to get more offense and defense in the front line. Also, sometimes you got to know when to play directly to the front line, knowing that they'll come in rested. And then with your frontline bodies, you need to know which ones to attack and sacrifice for blocks and whatnot. So what happens if you fail to see your energy curve, if you get a badly timed trigger, if you just get
lose.
General card game RNG bad luck? It's over. But, okay, let's talk about the anatomy of a card real quick.
Ooh.
So, okay, we got some different cards here. Top left is the energy cost. So this requires 0 energy to play, which means every deck will have 10 to 14 0 energy cards. Because that's how you're gonna.
They're free.
Yeah, they're free, and you need them to start the game off. Here's how many action points they cost. You'll see, Ray costs 1, Riza costs 1, but then Seichi here is a bigger boy that will cost 2. I've never seen a card that costs 3 in my experience.
What?
That's your entire turn.
I've never seen a card that costs 3 energy. Sorry, 3 actions.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry, my bad. And then you have their attack down here. And then over here is how much energy they produce if they're on the energy line. So you'll see Riza is a double generator. Ray conditionally can generate 1. She generates 1 all the time. She can conditionally generate 2. And then Seichi over here is always 1. Also, Kagurabachi does not have an anime. As a result, by default, they have the best art in the game because they're manga panels. And Kagurabachi art is super sick. So it's just kind of funny. I hope that they never make a Kagurabachi anime so that future sets can stay with this style. But that's the overall anime. So here's the main mechanic. It's called Raid. So Raid, you stack over a specific card to level them up. And that card can immediately step to the front line and be set active. Basically, it's Rush from One Piece, but you're leveling a card up. So either of these Suzakus from Kogias can be upgraded into either of these Lancelots. So, like, this 3 can become this 8, or this 4 can become this 4.
It's like Pokemon evolution, kind of.
Yeah. It'll state here what you need to raid over. So this raid needs... So, for Kogias, the mech itself is the raid card, but you need to raid it over its pilot. So here you have Suzaku. And here it's also Suzaku.
Yeah.
Tyler, assistant teacher, what do you have?
Sorry. That was literally this right here is just the entire Gundam TCG.
Yeah, apparently
Put the mech over the pilot.
they like this so much they made
This
the
is-
TCG over it.
This is also a mechanic in Lorcana, which is the Disney one, because you get like a base form of like a Disney character, and you get alternate forms to play on top of it.
Yeah, this is also the Digimon card game.
Yeah, it's also true.
Anyways,
but,
I
that's
see
just-
Saku on a card.
Yeah, it's Zord's. It's just Zord.
See,
thing.
Bradley, you just got it. It doesn't matter what the fuck this is. Suzaku's on a card. You're like, that's all you need to see.
Fuck everything. So I get to see my favorite anime in a card game.
Exactly. Now you get it. So when you play a raid card, anything in the raid box becomes active and like is a thing of the card. You can play this card raw without raiding it. If you don't have like a raid target, you can just play it to the front line. Nothing in the raid box applies. That does not exist if it's not raided. You'll notice here though that the 8-cost Suzaku or Lancelot, whatever, does have stuff it can do outside of the raid box. So if you were to play it raw, it could do this mechanic without being raided.
Yeah.
If you play it raided, it gets everything. All right. Cool.
So when you play a rated card, you have to spend the energy, correct?
Well, you never spend the energy. Like, the energy just needs to be passively in your backline.
Yes.
You need to spend the AP for it, though.
Right, yeah, yes. Okay,
So
there is
say-
some sort of resource.
So say you have no Suzaku on the board, you'd have to play a base Suzaku for 1 AP, and then use 1 AP to raid over it. So ideally, you have a Suzaku pre-established, so you don't have to spend 2 to do your raid.
Gotcha, okay, makes sense.
I made this panel, or this slide, just to kind of show the stat lines. So here are, like, 3 cost 3,500, or 3 cost, like, conditional 30. You'll see there's pluses on some of these, because their attacks can actually increase. I actually like that as a visual to, like, you'll see here, this Asta doesn't have a plus.
As a reminder,
it's like a very quick reminder that conditionally these can go up. I
do like that.
The stat that the game, I think, revolves most around is the 4-cost 4,000 stat line. Protagonists often get this. This is a 5, but he gets like better removal. And then there's the boss cards. They start veering into like 7, 8, 9s, and then 6s. You gotta say it in that order. These tend to, like, sometimes don't have 5,000, 4,500. This guy also conditionally can go up. They will have good removal. They'll have strong stats. They're costlier to pull out. But you'll notice that, like, 4,500 gets to free block the 4,000 stat line that the game revolves around. These 4,000s get to free block these, like, cheaper 3,500s. So you can block with them without losing the character. So I do think they do a pretty decent job at sticking to the stat line. This is a bonus. I just want to highlight some keywords that they have. I talked about step earlier. It lets you move from front line to energy line. Impact's the main one. When this character attacks and wins a battle, deal 1 damage. So if you block it and the person dies, you'll still deal a damage. So this is how you generate a lot of offense.
Trample.
The game also has impact +1. So you can stack a bunch of impacts with this keyword, which I think is pretty fun.
Yeah.
You also see sometimes like impact 3. So like just by default you start at 3.
Jesus.
Damage 2 is like you'll deal 2 damage, which is better than one piece double attack because you die at 0 in this game, so it matters a little bit more. You have nullify impact that nullifies impact. You also have double attack, double block. That just lets you do 2 attacks. Like you'll immediately set active or do 2 blocks. Okay, we got the triggers. How much do I want to spend time on this? It's an ascending order of I'm fucked. So these are all the triggers in this game. Does not exist a trigger that's not one of these. So in that sense, you can prepare for them. You got your cheap ones like draw, or you just get the card. If the card doesn't have a trigger, you get nothing. Then you have your colors. It depends on what the color of your deck is. This is like the closest thing to color identity is what your deck's color trigger is, honestly. Final is fun. You can only run 4 finals in a deck. You can also only run 4 colors in a deck. That means there's an 8% chance that a final can happen. All it does is if it's your last life, you get to heal. Otherwise, it's probably the worst trigger you could get. Because if you get it early, it does nothing. You're the one who should disappear from One Piece, but every deck can run it. So that's one fun thing. Active's really good. You can have any number of these. You can give something 3,000 and set them active. This basically lets you free block an attack as long as you have a character. Because 3,000's a lot to gain. Raid lets you raid the character immediately if you have the required energy and the material on the field. Otherwise, it just goes to your hand. Almost every raid card has this raid trigger effect. The effectiveness and how screwed you are depends on the when played of whatever that card is, whatever. This is the one you don't want to see. Special, choose one character in your opponent's front line and sideline it. This is the graveyard. This is unconditional removal.
Jesus.
You can only have 4 in the deck, like the other. There's 3 of them you can only have 4 of. That means there's an 8% chance of any of them being a special, which means there's a 39% chance of them influencing the game. That means, like, if they're in the first 6 life, that's influential. If they're the last life, you won the game anyway, so it doesn't matter. The only downside is, by the special being in your life, it's not in your hand, and special is usually your removal card.
Gotcha.
So you don't want to. Sometimes if you see these early, like if a special is forced to kill a weenie, because that's all you have on the board, you feel really good about that. If the special kills your most important key piece and you don't have a backup, it's over. You just lost.
So Jover.
I don't want to go into the colors very much. Red's the worst. Yellow's really good. Choose one character on your opponent's front line and switch it to resting. It will remain resting the next time it would be switch active. So it just like removes an attacker and potentially a blocker for the next turn. The other ones are like play out a little guy or do a bounce, yada yada.
Make your opponent do a funny dance.
Why did I explain all this? Because I wanted to geek out about a couple of my favorite cards and why I think this game is so cool. So, we were talking about Black Clover earlier. Asta gets a, where was it? Place the top card of your deck face down under this card. Choose up to one character on your opponent's front, and it loses all base abilities until the start of your next turn. Asta gets a negate because he runs anti-magic in the series. That's his cool thing. He gets to negate magic. So, of course, he gets the negation effect. You got Juice from Undead Unluck.
Undead Luck.
Your opponent may retire one of their frontline characters with 3,000 or more. If your opponent does not retire one, you may drop to 2 cards. The reason why this works in the story is that you have to prove your justice to like get past her effect. Otherwise, you can't make any actions. So you have to show your conviction by getting rid of one of your other characters. Otherwise, she gets cool benefits. You got Todoroki. This is a simple one. He's made of fire and ice, so he gets 2 cool effects. One of them is if your opponent has enough life, you just burn a life, the fire half. The other one is you choose a character in the front line and rest it. It cannot be set active for the next turn.
You freeze it.
You freeze it. We get better. Gen and Ryusei from Dr. Stone.
Ryusei's fucking stupid.
Gen gets to declare one energy required number. Your opponent chooses one card in their hand, reveal the chosen card. If the required energy is the same as the one you declared, choose up to 2 characters and you reduce them. What Gen does in the story is he's the psychologist of the party. He plays mind games. He wins battles through like wit. so they give him a wit-based ability. Reset is very stupid. You may place one card other than oil from your hand to the outside area. If you did, add up to one oil card, whatever, to your outside hand. Basically, he gets effects based on how much oil you've played in your deck, which is this card, because he pilots the ship, and his whole arc is about how they have to make oil to pilot the boat that he pilots. We go on. This was just funny. You know, there's a gacha game called Nikkei. It's very popular.
Yeah.
It's made by the people that make Stellar Blade.
Yeah, they had the censor in the left-hand card here. I can see.
No, they did not. In Nikkei, the way that the game is played, I should have gotten a screenshot, is it's like a shooter, and you'll always see the chick's back.
I understand.
Yeah.
They're covering her ass. They're censoring the game.
Well, in some of the raid cards, you won't see that covered, but the point is that it's funny that like the unrated version is always their back, and then the rated version is their front. I just think that's funny.
Yeah.
Then we start getting the good shit. Kenshin. Kenshin, I think this is the deck Bradley would play. This one's pretty sick. Your opponent characters that lose to this character move to the energy line instead of being sidelined. Kenshin does not kill. That is like a staunch part of his character. Therefore, any battle that he wins, he pushes the character just back to the energy line. This is actually really bad because you can only have 4 characters in the energy line. This forces you to not only lose a character, but remove a character that was generating energy before. And now you have to...
That's probably worse than it dying.
It's way worse than it dying because now you have to spend a turn moving him back, which means you lost energy, so you have to reproduce energy. And it's a gold medalist for separating the artist from the art award.
Yeah.
I don't know shit about solo leveling. This deck is so sick. So this Jin Woo starts as a little virgin, and then you put cards under him. They represent experience. Every time he wins a battle, he gets more experience. And then at the end of the turn, you get to evolve him so the 4 gets to be evolved into a 5. And then the same mechanic, build them up with some experience. There's a stage card called like do push-ups or whatever. And then you get to build up to the Chad 6. So it's a level up deck in solo leveling, of course.
Yeah.
Krollo's from Hunter x Hunter is pretty cool. He gets to do any of the when played abilities from the other spiders. Krollo's ability is that he has a book that lets him do other people's Nen abilities. This is an ability I've wanted in One Piece forever. Like, do a character's on play. That's what Krollo can do. And here's some of the spiders you can interact with. You get to choose if you want to draw a card. You can reduce power. Yada yada. You got some removal. You got some searches. Forget about soccer. It's time to kill each other. We're going to talk about Blue Lock now. By the way, when I was looking this up, I found 15 panels.
Spoilers.
I found 15 panels of these soccer losers threatening to kill each other. So like,
Dude, spoiler.
they're really into that. I don't know what this is. So, the Blue Lock deck is they all put a card underneath them. That card represents the ball. And then what Blue Lock is as a story is it's a bunch of strikers that are trying to like out-ego each other. So the way they represent this in the game is that they all have an ability where they steal the card beneath another character, and then get their effect. So they're not passing the ball from each other. They are literally stealing the ball from each other to get their striker effects. And I think that's the perfect way to represent Blue Lock.
That's cool.
What do we got? Levi from Attack on Titan. This is a classic. At the end of this character's attack, you can pay 1 AP, and if you do, switch it active, but also it has double attack. When this character attacks for a 3rd time this turn, it also gains Snipe. Snipe is the only keyword that lets you battle into a character directly. Aside from that, you can only attack into life, right? What this represents is the fact that Levi, like, systematically takes down bigger enemies by attacking them a bunch of times, and then that final attack is the sniping killing hit, which is this scene when he's killing Zeke. Speaking of Attack on Titan, this is not the last time we're going to talk about Attack on Titan. The upcoming set has Season 4 stuff, which is interesting that the yellow color is both Armin and Eren, and Armin reads that you need to have 4 or more characters with different names without the rumbling trait, because they all come from Paradise or whatever, but they're not on the same side. They are fighting each other. So they're on the same color, and they're getting printed from the same color set, but Armin's the one that's uniting all the humans, and he got the different names. And Eren is this big 13 energy motherfucker, which is an insane energy count. But he gets to summon a bunch of like Final Titans and like Summon Titans, and then he gets the Rumbling card, which, as far as I know, is the only entire board wipe in the game. Of course, we're getting to the end here. We're getting to the best ones. Jujutsu Kaisen has some weird abilities. Todo's ability is called the Boogie Woogie. Lets him clap his hand and switch characters. Todo can choose an opponent, and it has to switch a character with an energy line character. This Nanami, I own this deck. I think the last cards are just now coming in. He has 2 abilities. Restricted work hours. While on the clock, he can only work at 80% of his energy. However, if he has to work at overtime, he gets a buff that lets him shoot past to 110, 120. So the way all these Nanami cards work is that he only starts getting effects when you only have 15 cards left in your deck. So they're mill decks that, the work day is over, so now he gets to work overtime, he gets his buffs.
Yeah.
Saitama actually posted on Discord, 15 energy card, almost impossible to get normally, but every 5 cards in your trash, you get to reduce the cost by 1. He gets to be played active. Yeah. Damage 7. That's an auto kill. As soon as also every time he attacks, he just gets to sideline a character, no restriction. This is really rare to have no restriction removal in this game. And then even if you block him, you're eating impact 3 because his punch is so strong that you still lose half of your life for blocking him. And he's at 10,000, which means nothing's going to be able to free block him.
His trash effect is fun because it's like the wait for Saitama to get here.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Haikyuu, my boys. Basically, the way that the Karasuno deck works is they all start in the back line, the energy line, and then they have effects that let them shoot up to the front line because they're running up from a serve. But then by having the setter in the front line, Tobio, you get to give them a bunch of effects that like buff their attacks through blocks. They get to draw cards if they're not blocked. He gets to make some of them blockable. And then this Hinata gets to step back every turn because he has the step keyword. And then he has an effect that lets him step forward immediately. So, I mean, that's just like the perfect representation. This is actually the coolest card in the game. Unfortunately, like, it would take too long for me to explain it. But in the second arc of Kagurabachi, and this is the second last of these character slides, this guy is an antagonist that's running an auction. But his ability is called Storehouse, which lets him store near infinite stuff into a subspace. And that's where he holds the pieces of the auction, which includes humans, weapons, rare items that he's auctioning. So, when you play him, you get to look at your top 5 and then pick 3 of those cards and put them in the storehouse. They can be anything. Then he can pay an AP to reveal them and play them. If they're one of his sons, you get to play them out active. If they're, for example, this removal spell, he gets to play it out for free by just revealing it. And then he also has a sight. So sights are like, they can only go in the energy line, but they can't move to the front line. So usually they're like an event in the story or like a location, like a headquarters or something. His is the actual auction, which every turn you get to take your top card and put it under because it's a new item to be auctioned in the auction. But then at any point you can be like, okay, I want to draw everything from the auction. Unless the opponent pays 2 cards from their hand by trashing them. Otherwise, I trash it. So you literally auction out whatever's underneath it, and the opponent has to choose whether or not to take the bid. I mean, like, I fucking love it. This is what I want every card game to be. Fuck balance. And then we get to like the last example here. So, Attack on Titan Season 2 spoilers. In Attack on Titan Season 2, you have a scene where they go, are we doing it now here? And then Reiner repeats, we fight now. We decide this right here. So the way this works is, you play this card. If you have a Bertolt, you get to give him 2 extra energy generation and then get the AP back that you spent for this card. And then if you build up to 9 and you have 2 to spend, you get to search your top 7, find any 2 Titans, and immediately raid them to the front. Which completely represents this scene, where we do this right here, right now. You fucking summon the Colossal and Armor Titan, and you get these 2 Chad cards, which have insane costs, but they're really good. Reiner, they both get impact. Reiner gets Nullify impact because of his armor, but also anytime you would choose to target him with any ability, you have to spend 1 of your 3 AP. To target him with anything, power removal, sidelining effects, the armor just protects him from anything. And then the Colossal Titan's insane. When played, his like burst of steam just kills every 0 cost energy immediately. This character is so big that he reduces your front line by 1. So now he's so large, so you can only have 3 characters now. He has damage 3, so if he gets a hit in, you're taking half of your life, and impact anyway. So he's gonna do a damage every turn, and you're gonna be forced to block him. He's 5 and he's 6. They can block basically the entire roster because they're like just that big. But to get to them, you have to play out the scene from the anime, which is to me perfect. So that's all the cards. I could go on. These are a bunch of other cool cards. We're not going to talk about them because this was a big session. But thank you for humoring me. Because I think this is the best way to explain why this is cool. And lastly, here's all the IPs. What are some cool ones that you guys would like that weren't mentioned?
Let me peep these things.
They got Bleach, Hunter x Hunter, My Hero Academia, 100 Girlfriends. I think that's a Tyler thing. Demon Slayer, Undead Unluck. Sword Art.
Dress Up Darling for Tyler.
That is coming out. Where is it? Idolmaster, Puella Magic. Uma Musume is the next set, or like a set that was most recently. Gurren Lagann's getting one. Attack on Titan's getting Inuyasha, Chainsaw Man.
No Dan, shockingly.
Well, about that, we'll get to that. Kagurabachi's up there.
Yeah.
Kamen Rider is a really weird one. All the cards are like live action screenshots. Kinnikuman, Man, Full Metal Alchemist. I have like 3 Full Metal Alchemist deck already.
Obviously, no DBZ because no one's beaten Goku.
DBZ has his own game, unfortunately.
Yeah, I figured the ones that have their own.
I think if it's big enough, that it's not gonna.
These are the IPs they're considering.
Damn. Oh, okay.
You know what?
Berserk, JoJo's, Dan, fucking Konobop, what's it called? Whatever.
Konobapu.
Konobapu's gonna go so hard.
Ichi the Wit, dude. If there's something to rival One Piece and how much of a fan I am of that IP, if they drop a JoJo deck, that's too much, brother. Because if I wish this game had a One Piece set just so I could see how they would design the One Piece. Because like I said, One Piece is the better designed card game. But like One Piece cards can be pretty generic. I feel like all the decks in this game kind of play to their strengths.
I like all the effects that you've seen here because they feel like the characters. That's like my biggest like.
I was my biggest thing.
Go ahead.
Oh God, no! I talked over Joe. No.
That's so
the biggest thing about One Piece is that like it's gotten to a point where like I'm just not impressed with the effects because they don't feel like the characters a lot of the times. They are just effects.
When they line up, that's when the game is at its best.
I feel like 1 in 6 in One Piece like line up pretty well. Like Moria is probably the most recent. Law is always good. They only print good Law cards, but then like Luffy's are really generic. We're getting like a fairly thematic Boogie, but then we're getting like a pretty generic Sengoku. So yeah, you know.
Yeah.
It's like give or take. But the cool thing about UA is that like they don't care about making a good game. They care about making cool cards, and like I feel like it's somewhere between Yu-Gi-Oh and One Piece in that way. Yeah, Dan would be great. Here's some of the like Nier Automata, Overlord. That's a Tyler thing.
Yeah, definitely sense.
Ruby, Saint Seiya would go pretty hard. Berserk, like come on, man, Berserk would be so cool. This is from their survey that I always fill out, and I'm like, please bring Haikyuu to the West.
Yeah,
Free Ren's like a lock. There's no way they don't do Free Ren.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just some of the ones they're considering.
Giorno's ability is that once he's been out for a turn, his ability actually changes to a different ability.
Every turn. Josuke would get the life. I've never seen a card that life heals in this game. I think that's a Josuke card. What were we going to say, Tyler?
I doubted you a little bit on the immersiveness of it.
Yeah, I put in the legwork. I put in the legwork to show some of my favorite. There was that slide with like 12 others I didn't talk about because I cannot believe this was so long. Here's my card game tier list. So UA is top of B. Honestly, lately I've been playing it more because like there's just some goofy shit that happens, but it's just so fun to do the Reiner play. I don't give a fuck. So sometimes I think it's like lowest A. I still think One Piece is like my favorite to play as far as card games, but then we got like some interesting picks here. I got Slay the Spire 2 in A tier. This is Queen's Blood from Final Fantasy Rebirth. We got Chain of Memories.
Oh.
We got fucking I forgot what it's Triple Triad from Final Fantasy 8.
Oh,
yeah, bump it down a rank. You couldn't remember.
I like Yu-Gi-Oh. Yu-Gi-Oh's good. We got the card game from Final Fantasy 9. Not very good. Any Pokemon, Hearthstone. I'm sure
Yeah.
Magic's really cool. I'm just not into it. DBZ Fusions is probably really. I put Riftbound here because y'all seem to like it. I don't know enough about it.
I have a diss on it that happened this week.
Dude, the bands were interesting to say the least, I thought.
Dude, I don't think Riftbound is probably gonna last for a while. It will not have a good community.
That's a bummer. Isn't it doing really well? So, that's a shame.
It is, but oh man, they are treating it very much like a video game and not a card game.
Interesting. I mean, some of my favorite ones here are video games, but out of the card games, it's probably my top 3. There's some cool ones that I'm sure I would like. I think Digimon's probably really sick. I just don't really like the IP. That kind of matters, honestly.
No, that's the thing. I've played the Digimon card game with my brother, who is a huge Digimon boy. I am extremely impressed how they took a lot of the core mechanics of Digimon and turned it into a card game and made it not feel so generic.
Yeah, it seems really cool. They have a weird energy system too, from what I've seen. And then I'm sure I would love Marvel Snap if I ever took the time to play it. It does seem up my alley. And I like the IP, so it's pretty neat. But you'll notice
Blood is so interesting.
It's supposed to be the one. That's the top one card game of all time.
Do you know what the kind of design conceit is of the game?
No. But fuck it, we're here for hours.
Yeah, basically the design conceit was so a big part of card games is you have a lot of setup, right? You have to build up the board, and part of the game is I do a thing, and then you try to slow down your opponent's board, right? The idea of Flesh and Blood was, what if we just started mid-game? So you have all the things out you need to have out, and then everything in your deck is just gas.
Interesting.
So you are already set up, and you're basically just playing Vince and combos and everything that way.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. So it's a really interesting game system. I haven't been able to play it in person.
It's another game I see at locals that seems cool. I've seen some people playing Flesh and Blood. There's a game called Why Shies? I don't know.
Yeah,
some people are really into it, but that also has some interesting crossovers. But you'll notice there's a barrier for me with card games where none of them can hit S, because it's the randomness. It's always there's always going to be a level of randomness and dice roll matchup and winning.
Yeah.
So it's impossible to hit an S unless you hit the actual top tier, which has Battle Network 6, Starforce 3, and my beloved Teppen. Update from today. Literally before we started recording, I was watching a clip by YouTuber Wooly Versus of Versus Wolves podcast, and he had a clip where he talked about how Teppen shut down. I knew this was happening. This is very sad. My favorite card game is no longer playable with other people, but there's a single player mode that's coming out, and Teppen's cool enough to support a single player mode. I found out right before we recorded this podcast. This tier list was made, by the way. I prepped this a week ago. As in preparation. Because I didn't log in the last month and a half, I have lost all my Teppen save.
Oh my god,
I
really?
have nothing to transfer to the official single player, and if I can't get my Phoenix Wright skin back, I'm gonna be so upset. This is very disheartening.
Restore purchases. That's the thing you can do.
What the fuck? Yeah. Well, the thing is, my purchases were money that I gave them to buy gems to gamble, and I won. I won the gambling. Anyways, you'll notice all these games combine a level of action to the card game, which is why they elevate it. And
there's a third vertices in these games.
There is.
Except for Teppen.
And unfortunately, guys, I had to explain Union Arena. And thank you for indulging me. That was very long, but I think that was
no problem.
Educational. I'm gonna force you to play one with me, Joe, because I'm curious to see what you feel whenever you come. I have decks. I have decks ready. I bought a bunch of decks to play with friends. Unfortunately,
it really sounds like me.
I'm also going to have to explain how Starforce works to talk about Starforce. The bright side is we're on the next topic. We got there. Real quick, this one's a shorter slide. Yes, Tyler.
You got to mark the time.
I do have to mark the time. Thank you.
That was 22 minutes there, sir.
That was way longer than 22 minutes, dude.
Union Arena. It said you started at. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We don't talk about it. This was very educational, though. So the main difference between Starforce and Battle Network is that in Battle Network, you're in this beautiful grid that I've based my entire creative career on. These 18 squares are my everything. But then in Starforce, you have this over the back look, and you're restrained to this row. You can't move forward unless you lock it on and like jump forward, but you can only move in this row. So immediately when this game was coming out for the DS, I'm like, man, it's not Battle Network. And that is what everyone's always thought about these games for a long time. And they start pretty good, though, still. Starforce 1 and 2 are really good. And then 3, something's in the water, man. There's something special about Starforce 3, even back then. But, you know, time goes on, and I still think Battle Network trumps these games, no problem. Then the collection comes out. And I've been playing through these games. I've beaten 3. I went straight for it because with these games, you kind of have to go for the PvP one first while there's still a lot of people playing. They do a lot better than they did in the Battle Network collection. What do we have here? Why is it so slow? Oh my god, I got videos. I forgot about this. Okay, I have visual videos to explain how this works. I hope they don't load too slowly. And I also hope that the screen capture captures them. So what's the benefit, though, of like breaking the field down in the way that they did? Well, first things first, there's no chip codes. In Battle Network, you can only select like if it's either the same card or if it's from the same code. For example, like they would all have to be Ks. That's very limiting. In this game, you can pick any chips in the column. If the card is white, you can select it anyway. And then eventually unlock the ability to select by rows. So you get gameplay that kind of looks like this. You have all like what's the depth?
This is a DS game?
This is a DS game. And you'll notice in the collection, they do this slick ass, like you can control the size of these screens when you're like focusing on them. You can control the speed that you transition from bottom screen to top screen. Despite the limitation, this one's a PvP match. Some of these will be boss fights. You got like your classic like time freezing chips, whatever, but you still get to do a lot of like positioning based traps. So for example here, I pull him forward with the whistle card. I whiff with this Queen Ophiuka card, but she turns all the panels into poison. And this guy's 11 HP. So I'm going to sit here and just shoot down this row and just force him to step into the poison and die. So you still got that kind of strategy. With like what like you can turn tiles into other stuff to do things. This is me fighting a boss. You can see the boss do like insane attack patterns that you have to like Subway Surfer dodge. So that's like how they do stuff there. This is an interesting mechanic where you get to borrow powers from friends. I'll talk about that a little later. We'll go to the next slide real quick. The game focuses a lot on counter hits. So for example, I'm fighting a boss here. This is one of the earlier bosses. I'm waiting for him to attack. I can counter hit him. By counter hitting him, I get like a random card from my folder that's offensive. And then this is how you control area. You like consume the area and constrict the battlefield as opposed to like stealing zones like in Battle Network. So now I'm going to be closer to him. Then I hit him with a slow attack. We go to the next turn. I select my cards. This is in 3. You'll notice that the UI is a little different. 3 is really refined. Here I stun him, hit him with the uppercut, and then I get to finish him off, etc., etc. So, aside from moving, you can block at any point, but when you block, you're like stuck to the ground, and there's cards that are built specifically to go through blocks. So a lot of the strategies like cause someone to flinch if they block, like catch them either as soon as they come out of a block or hit them with like a guard break. So there's still like a lot of strategy. The game is a lot more action focused because of like the system. But anyways, all to say that there's still so much depth to this gameplay that's really easy to miss out on if you just look at the fact that you have less movement. You also notice in some of those clips, like you can lock onto an enemy that's far away and automatically teleport to them if they're like, if you have a couple different like lock-on reticles you can do. You teleport right to an enemy and you can do close range attacks. What gets really interesting is how this game handles like co-op. So these are real people that I had to befriend and find on the internet or find them like through battles. And then I get to put them into my game. And by doing that, I get like, they'll show up on my card selection folder as like their icon. And I get to either fuse my form with theirs to create like a new form We'll talk about forms in a second. Or I get to like roll through their favorite like battle cards. So you want to like accumulate some friends that either have forms that you like, or they have a lot of battle cards that you like, or they have like a lot of LP, which is the currency used to equip abilities like stronger shields, different charge attacks, more HP, etc. Then you also have these slots. This is like a lot of the stuff they added to the collection is stuff that wasn't in the game originally. So these slots are like all these custom folders you can make, and then you have to go through this like very intricate tree of like unlocking these, or you can just press a button and unlock them all if you just feel like skipping right to the end. But I've been going through it like a good boy. And then they all have like these customized folders that represent characters in the game, and then you can put these into your brother slots instead, and then get these folders as like backup folders that you get to just pull out mid battle, which is pretty cool. The slide is loading allegedly. Oh, my shit's frozen. Wait, we're alive. We're alive.
Okay.
Holy, my computer cannot handle this slideshow. Okay, I just want to talk about the forms real quick. I posted these on the chat, and Joe said he's a dragon boy. In the first game, you get Dragon Leo Pegasus. I am a Pegasus boy. This controls what your form is in that game. It's pretty cool. You get to choose if you're like water aspected. You get to choose if you're dragon aspected. But you get to borrow your brother's abilities from the brother band system we were just going at. So you can transform into any of these if you have the right friends. So you gotta go befriend people in the playground back in the DS days. Then in the second game, you have Zerker Ninja Saurian. Joe's definitely a Saurian boy because it's dinosaurs. I'm a Zerker boy. Tyler's definitely a ninja boy. But then these Mad Lads start letting you combine forms. So you get the electric aspects of the Zerker form, and then you get some of the utility of the ninja form, and this form will have unique attributes that none of the other forms have. And then if you have enough brothers, you can enter Tribe King, which is cut off here, but it is just this Megazord. I hate this design, but it is so overpoweredly strong. It's the abilities of all the forms. And then we hit 3. 3 goes up to 10. And these are all based off of like constellations, and they also like you have 2 water ones, 2 electric ones, 2 normal ones. One's weak to swords, one's weak to breaking attacks. Then you have 2 fires and 2 wood types. So you got like a lot of variety for each form. They all like buff their elements, and they have corresponding weaknesses. Like fire beats grass, and grass beats electricity, or whatever. And then, like, their names, you got Libra, Corvus, Cancer, Gemini, Ophiucha, and then Cygnus, Taurus, Virgo, Crown, and Wolf. And they all have, like, little abilities. But then, they took their lesson from the last game, and they let you combine any of these forms. So if I'm a Libra, which lets me power both fire and water cards by a little bit, and I also get to do some healing, I can just throw Taurus on top of that. And then Taurus further boosts my fire and then gives me super armor so I don't flinch when I get hit. Or I can go Gemini, which is an electric boosting one, and then also makes like my non-elemental cards paralyzed and shit. I can just buff that with Wolf. That lets me do like, it changes my charge attack, it removes my weakness to grass because it makes me grass type. So what that means is, what you end up with is 100 forms. And they're all unique. This is insane. Like, the depth of this game, and I'm not even going to get to talk about every mechanic because some of them were in the videos. So you just have to, like, pick your friends, and you have those 6 friend slots, but they did a really smart thing where your friend list in this game is technically like 100. So you can technically get a bunch of friends and sub them in and out of your game as you need for PvP. Plus, you have the rogue noise. If you reject friendship, if you have nothing in your brother bands, you get to go into the edgy form that has its own strengths. Plus, you have the Black Ace Red Joker forms that are the ultimate forms that you can transform in depending on your game. For a total of, I believe, like 109 forms or something if you count all the base forms and base Megaman as their own forms. That's the last slide. I just wanted to talk about how cool this collection has been. I've been playing a lot of the PvP. The PvP also has rental decks, which is a mistake that the Battle Network one didn't do. For example, like, you can pick a rental deck that starts you with 1,000 HP, has pretty good cards, and on day one be battling people and like getting to do cool stuff, get like a friend
Yeah.
battle. So the first few days, everyone was just playing rental decks, and then after a point, like my 3 save files started lapping my rental deck, and then I got to start playing on 3 instead. So that was really fun. I get to play on my main file, get to use my brothers, all the mechanics. There's like this weird system where like, okay, you have to get these cards in real life and put them on your DS screen. The cards had holes in them that corresponded to a constellation. You would poke your DS screen on that the shape of that constellation and get what's called a noise card. That is like all sorts of abilities, like changing your buster type, giving you like auto lock on, giving you a bunch of HP, super armor, whatever. It's another way to customize your Mega Man on top of link points. Those cards are numbers and suits like a normal playing card deck. So then you're prompted to make poker hands with those cards. You get to get 5, and if you make like 4 of a kind, you get to add 2 more Mega Class cards to your deck. If you get 5 of a kind, you get super armor and air shoes by default. So like, just so many layers of like interconnectivity with friends and customizing has made me realize that I think this might be the best Mega Man game, even better than like Battle Network 6, which is my favorite Mega Man game. I had to think it through. But like they thought this out so hard as far as like how much you can customize. All the defensive mechanics have like counter mechanics to it as well. So if like there's ever something that's dominating the meta, there's probably some sort of answer to it, which makes it like an actually good card game as well as the like strategy aspect. I would say Battle Network is the more strategic hand or like part of the game where you kind of win on that chip selection screen if you have the right chips. Like you can just do insane combos. This is more action-y while still having the strategy because you have to focus more on like timing parries and counters and dodging on like your little Subway Surfer lanes. And the enemy attack patterns get crazy, and then you and your PvP opponent are also like limited in the same way, which is pretty cool. And that's the Starforce. I've now started playing through 1 now that I've beaten 3, but I still have like there's so much post game to these games too. It's insane. But I'm not, like now I'm at a point where I can start playing through 1 and like get some PvP battles in 3 with my file feeling pretty strong. So we finally got there. Oh,
Yay.
That's 2 back-to-back PowerPoints, unfortunately. You know what? It's a good thing the videos didn't work. The point was gotten. But I'm going to pass it on to... I don't know who wants to lead this one, because this is like the most hyped game of the year for some of y'all, but we got Slay the Spire 2.
1 hour later.
All right. Sorry, Bradley.
All right. As you can see, we really like Slay the Spire too. Highly recommend.
Oh, is that the takeaway? Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Timestamp it.
It's timestamped. Tyler, you have 3 minutes. Children's lives are at risk because Bradley has made dire threats to talk about the Mario movie. What was that? What was that, you crazy man?
The fuse is burning.
Go.
This is like
Shut up and talk about the movie!
I didn't like it.
Yay!
Hey.
Seems in line with what I've heard.
Yeah.
Bradley, anytime there's nothing plot related on screen, I was really enjoying it. But then anytime there's anything plot related on screen, I just am cringing.
You know, I'm going in expecting that, so I can't be disappointed.
I was also expecting it, but then I thought back and I was like, I think Lilo and Stitch 2 had a better plot than this movie.
Fuck.
Vine boom.
Yeah.
All right, Bradley, I need you for this last one though.
Let's see it.
What do you think about my plates?
Brother, shut the fuck up. Okay.
Oh, hold on. This is
All right.
Okay.
one for the road.
It's gotta be Zoo Pals.
Zoo Pals is a little low.
Yeah.
You ever tried to actually functionally use a Zoo Pals?
It's
Yes.
more about the aesthetics.
Yes, you put
You put the ketchup in the eyes.
I'll give you points for aesthetics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really? Really? Long plate is S1? Long plate?
Tyler's.
Now, Willer, this is a breakfast plate. Long breakfast plate.
Okay.
So good.
To put like
Forget that. Why is Zoo Pal's down there, but then generic styrofoam plate that's basically the same thing as an S?
No,
that's aerodynamics.
You can fit 5 pounds of food on this plate.
That's so true. That's the barbecue plate.
That is the plate.
The frog's eyes would crumble under the immense pressure.
Correct.
Okay. Alright. What the fuck is that in B1? What is that guy?
That's the plate that you get 0.2 ounces of food on, and then they drizzle a bunch of sauce on.
Oh, okay. It's more about the occasion than it is.
It's the Tyler's bullshit plate.
Yeah. Is that a plate in A4? Is that just like a thing on the table? Is that three-dimensional or no? Is this Starforce or Battle Network?
It's three-dimensional. It's a transparent plastic wedding plate.
Oh, I see what you selected for your wedding.
So,
okay.
What's up with the naked couple in A2? Like,
that's just the wide rim circle plate. It's very similar to what's in C3.
The design
has an image in the middle.
The design in the middle could be anything, I'm sure.
Classic room.
Okay.
wait, so okay.
A1 is that scratchy plate that's at your grandmother's like cabin house or tree house that you can put in the microwave. You probably used it as a frisbee in your yard at one point.
Yeah.
Like maybe 80 hot dogs have been eaten off of it, and like 40.
There's a lot of scratch marks from like the little kids trying to cut their. Yep.
You can probably get like actual bleed wounds from that.
I'm glad that Tyler and I had the same childhood.
Excellent. So the Mario movie is pretty bad. Good to know. Good night, everybody.
Good night.